Let's go. Let's go. All right, man. This is gonna be a long one. This is gonna be a long one. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We about to have some fun. Get you some water, some juice. Um, Shoot, man, get whatever you need because it's gonna be a long one. We're going through this deep dive, and I'm excited because I haven't read any of it. I was watching the, I was watching the, I was watching the OneDrive. All right, and it's a lot. It's a lot, man. So get comfortable. Y'all gotta forgive me if while reading this I don't see. Well, I'm gonna put the comments. Where my first of all, hold up, man. Where my glasses at? Cause I can't see effing out of these things. I got my juice ready. Okay. If you a big booty Latina in the chat, drop a heart emoji for your boy. I know it ain't none. What's up? What's up? Y'all share the stream for me on Twitter or X as the Utes like to call it. Um, I share it myself. Give me a second, guys. It's gonna be a long one, man. It's gonna be a freaking long one. It's so much to read. But here's the deal, because um people want to look at the OneDrive. They always look at the video stuff and they want to say, "Oh, that's not a whole lot." It's like, yeah, bro, they put everything in the deep dive. You got to read, but we got illiterate people out there that don't know how to read. But shit, y'all ready, man? Let's get into it, bro. Let's get into it. Let me move this over here. Y'all let me know if the stream, if anything start messing up in the stream, let me know so I can peep that. All right, let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Reading is difficult. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Reading is difficult. Uh, Let me pop out the chat. Let's do that, man. Let's do that right there. There we go. We're gonna maximize the chat. Yeah, hit that like button, man. All right, man. So let's go. First of all, the EA Play membership. Um, Not the EA Play one. The EA Plus. This one. The MVP membership. Guys, it's $150, all right? So if you're planning on getting Madden and you planning on getting college football anyway, that's a steal. Okay, and that ain't EA. Y'all know I ain't promoted by EA or nothing. This is just legit. It's the same price of buying both games. And here's the deal. So let's say you get the MVP membership this year and you don't pay for it next year, guess what? You still keep the games. Because essentially all you're doing is buying. If you were going to buy the deluxe bundles for both games, do this. Because you're going to get access to all of this stuff, man. You get access to both betas, which it started yesterday. It runs through today and Saturday. I think Sunday might be the last day or it ends on Sunday. Okay. But you get a bunch of stuff. Go through there and look at that at your own leisure, because I ain't got time and I'm not your mama. Be sitting here reading bedtime stories to y'all, even though that's basically what we're going to be doing today. But you get everything, including the MVP bundle plus 7-day early access, which the game comes out like, the first or second week of July, first week of July. Monthly members only, Ultimate Team packs. You get a bunch of stuff, man. There's even some coaching skill trees within Dynasty that you get just from having this membership. Just go to the website, click become a membership, click your thing of choice, PlayStation or Xbox. But it's some pretty cool stuff. You get betas for both games. You know what I'm saying? And it's crazy, y'all. I'll see the one for college football. Membership only reward. 7-day early access. The beta, which it said is from started yesterday and goes through Sunday. So you get to play the beta all weekend. Mascots unlocked in Mascot Mashup. 83 over. We don't care about that. 150 Dynasty Coach points. Exclusive Dynasty skill tree, the Rainmaker, and then the Road to Glory skill points. So that all you can go through, read all that, man. That's some pretty cool stuff. There's a Dynasty perk for making a coach in Madden. Yes, there is. Also, you can take your coach from college to Madden, and I made a comment on Twitter about that. I thought it was a feature they was bringing back. I could have swore in the past you could take your Dynasty coach and move them to Madden, but apparently I was wrong. I don't know. I'm going to look into it because I could have swore we could do that. I know for sure in college, after playing your high school career and your college career in Road to Glory, you would be asked, do you want to import your player into a coach in Dynasty mode, or do you want to go to the NFL? So that used to be in there as well. Played it last night. Game is totally different. No spoilers. I hadn't played it yet. I'm going to get the MVP bundle today and download that beta so I can start being a cool kid like the rest of y'all. I didn't watch the live stream thing until this morning because y'all know I'm running the donut shop and my hours are ridiculous. Like, I went to work at 11 o'clock last night. I watched it last night, actually. I'll say this morning, but I watched it last night because I went to work at like 11 o'clock last night. Had to give me some sleep, man. I was sitting in my bed, laying there waiting for it to come on. It was 30 minutes till it was going to come on. And my black ass was asleep. That's crazy as hell, bro. Like, I fell asleep. On it. Pause. But anyway, so let's get into this, man. Let's go to gameplay first. Dang, there's going to be a lot. But anyway, I'm not going to sit here and read through every single thing, guys, because we'll be here all day. And I know how much y'all love me, but I don't love y'all that much. No, I'm playing. But it's a lot. This is a lot. They literally giving all of the deep dives to us at once. You still recruiting? Don't rush me. Talking about, come on. Take your ass there and read it yourself. Don't rush me. Man, who got this Poindexter in the chat, man? Nah, okay, anyway. So, from Saturday to Sunday, guys, they basically just talking about how they combine Madden and college. They just, that ain't telling us nothing. Dang. See, I see some stuff. Let's kind of skim through this. The goal was to keep evolving the foundation while making sure each game stands on its own. Yeah, they just talking about Saturday to Sunday. They talking about pursuit angles. Let's get into the good stuff, man. Defense wins championships. We watched your videos, read through your post on Reddit, X, everywhere else. You guys talk ball. One thing was very clear. Yes, offense is fun, no doubt about it. Everybody loves touchdowns, explosive plays, and putting points on the board. But our football fans are also asking for more on the defensive side of the ball. More tools, more control, more answers. They need to, guys, because defense, which they did some stuff with the cornerbacks and things like that. So that is pretty cool. This year, defense was a major focus for us. So they got smarter coverage, real football answers. Coverage was arguably the biggest area we attacked this year. We heard you loud and clear. Though improved, there are too many times you felt like you had the right call on defense, but the coverage did not always play with the awareness, urgency, or football intelligence you experienced. So this year, coverage gets more intelligence, more tools, more control, and more real football answers. I love the stuff that they did for defense. I didn't go live I know. I posted on X, and I thought I posted in the Discord that I wasn't going to go live. Yeah, I got to follow me on X so y'all get them updates. So I thought that, I like the defensive stuff that they're doing, because the thing about defense with the adjustments that you can make and save, bro, that's basically your scheme. And I love that, because now you can just say, hey, in this situation, 2 or 3 clicks of a button, and your defense is set up, like coverage, boundary, all that stuff, dude. We'll get to that. But that was real cool. Defensive alignment, control cornerback depth. You got cornerback width because that's, safety depth, safety width, safety midpoint. These are some of the things that they had in Madden last year that they're bringing into defense. And I'm going to be honest, when I played college football 26, I still play it. I'm still playing. I'm going to play it today. Actually, no, I'm going to play 27 and then cry because I don't want to get back on 26. But defense, y'all, man, I'm excited for it this year. I didn't play it a whole lot last year because I just don't like how defense feels. You know what I'm saying? Offense is fun. Offensive is explosive. But with the new adjustments that they got to defense this year, oh, yeah, I might just even start out as a defensive coordinator. Who knows? But you got all of this. We know what this stuff is. We know what cornerback depth and width is. We know what that is. Now, the width thing is important because y'all know I like to run the veer and shoot. So teams that play against me, those receivers are wide. Do you play your cornerback width? Do you have them in tighter? Do you leave them wider? You know what I'm saying? How are you going to play that against my veer and shoot offense? Because, that offense is S tier. S tier. You know what I'm saying? Same thing for safety depth and safety width. And the midpoint, this is something different that I've seen. Allow safeties to shift their alignment toward the left or the right, strong side or weak side, field or boundary. That gives you more control over how you want to handle offensive strength and field positions. That's real cool. Okay. Smart zones. Smart zones improve zone defender awareness and reaction logic. The goal here was simple. Zone defenders need to play with better football intelligence. They should understand the situation, route depth, spacing, and when their original area no longer has a threat. This is big because that last sentence or that last part, this should theoretically on the surface end your DBs just covering grass. Does that make sense? Now, I wonder how is Kyle? What's up, man? What's up? I wonder how this is going to play out. Like, is this predicated upon the player's awareness rating and their player recognition attribute? You know what I'm saying? So if you have a player that has a high play recognition attribute as well as awareness, they should do really well in these types of situations. They should see, okay, if I'm playing palms coverage, and I pass off my defender and there's nobody there, I'm not just standing in grass shaking my ass. You know what I'm saying? I should be finding something to cover. Like the cornerback, for example, if I'm in palms coverage and that number 2 receiver go deep, both, and I'm passing him off to the safety, there's nothing in the flats. I should then be able to continue to squeeze that route. Does that make sense? So let's say number 1 runs a vertical, number 2 runs a post. Okay, that safety should pass that post off to the backside safety if he's there. If not, he comes with it. But if I'm running with that guy as the corner, I should be squeezing that route. You know what I'm saying? If I want to play a soft cover too, because, hey, I know I got the flats. I'm running deep. I'm going to squeeze that route. I'm taking that vertical to the safety. We're squeezing it. That way I'm underneath and he's over the top. Now, if the quarterback is committed to throwing into the flats or throwing that shorter route, that's when I break on it. You see what I'm saying? This is what this should make happen in the game. Is it going to do that? I don't know. If it does, I'm busting all kind of nuts because that's awesome for defense and that's how it looks in real life. Whenever you see in your game, your palms coverage and stuff like that, guys, that's how palms is played. It's not a full hard commitment because it's still a zone and your awareness as a defender, you should know I have this particular zone, okay? But the game doesn't treat it like that right now. Hopefully the smart zone thing will fix that. You know what I'm saying? That's going to be awesome. So you can adjust it to aggressive. Zone defenders prioritize shorter routes when threatened. So what this is, if it's aggressive, guys, what that means is that as soon as let's say I'm the corner, I got the flats, we in the palms coverage, I'm going deep, okay, to squeeze that route. As soon as somebody comes into the flats, whether the quarterback is committed to throwing to them or not, then that corner is going to break on that flat route automatically. You see what I'm saying? That's what aggressive is. If it's balanced, it's a mix. If it's conservative, that means basically he's going to ride that receiver with that safety to play underneath of that. If I'm the corner, I'm talking from the corner's perspective. And then if the quarterback throws it to the flats or throws into that area where I know I should have, then I break on it. Once the quarterback is committed to throwing it. Baller says, not trying to spoil, but yes, this is true. Oh, you know what they do to my coaching whistle. My coaching whistle, it's hard, man. That's what's up, man. See, and I hadn't played the beta. I hadn't played the game. I hadn't seen gameplay yet, but theoretically, this is how it should work. You know what I'm saying? So that's awesome, Baller. Appreciate that, man. That ain't no spoiler. That's important information. Ultra aggressive. So this, okay, see, I didn't even see that. I'm getting ahead of myself. Ultra aggressive is what I just explained before, where as soon as that guy gets into that zone, it don't matter if the quarterback is committed to throwing to them or not. They jump the hell out of it. You see what I'm saying? So that's cool. And then ultra conservative is what I just explained, where literally they're only coming into the flat. Like if I got a corner that's got the flats, he's gonna ride that vertical route until the ball is thrown, and then he's breaking. That's so cool. This right here is a game changer in and of itself. This is dope. This is dope. Okay. Look for work. When the defender's zone clears out, he does not just stand there guarding grass. He starts looking for the next threat and works to help coverage. That's cool. Plaster. When plays extended, defenders can attach to nearby receivers instead of staying locked to empty space. See that plaster kind of sounds the same thing as that. But that's dope as hell. This helps against scrambling quarterbacks and broken play throws. Dog, this is dope. This is making me want to be a defensive coordinator because this is huge. This is how we played in college. We had a scheme called Buck, which was our cover 2. And then we had a scheme called Buck Up, okay, which was our soft cover 2. And it was essentially palms, really what it was. But anyway, so in Buck, I was a corner. I would have the flats. It didn't matter. If somebody came in the flats, I jumped them. You know what I'm saying? Regardless if the ball was thrown to them or not, I jumped that guy. In Buck Up, I would shift. I would continue to get depth until the quarterback, even if somebody came into the flats, I'm still getting depth. Now, once I seen the quarterback committing to throw, now I jump it. You see what I'm saying? So that's real cool. Red zone awareness, improves zone spacing near the goal line. That's dope. And then focus, let you lean deep coverage towards a specific receiver. If there is one guy you cannot beat, if there's one guy you can't let beat you, now this is cool. That's even cool. See, but here's the thing: is like, okay, guys, having this many options is dope, and with the defensive thing that they have, that you can set up like 10 different defensive schemes in a sense, bro, this is crazy dope. So far, no. I feel like presentation is still the same. The only difference is Joe Klatt replacing Herbstreit. You have Holly Rowe, who adds commentary about headline stories from last year. I mean, so that is a difference. You know what I'm saying? I guess they just don't have the cutaways and stuff, which would have been really cool in a halftime show. Still understand beta is not 100 from what we saw. Yeah, it's not. Presentation could still change by release. AI defense is elite now. Heck yeah. That's because of all of this stuff, which, guys, is so cool because now offensively, you're really going to have to scheme. So plaster logic. This is a big one. Plaster is the organized chaos that happens after the play breaks down, and football coverage does not stop just because the quarterback leaves the pocket. If anything, guys, basically, man, okay, so they got off. Defenders stay in their assigned zones and do not lock on to receivers. Conservative. Backside zone defender can abandon their zone and attach to the nearest receiver when the quarterback leaves the pocket or the timer hits. This helps prevent easy scramble drills, throws without completely abandoning the structure of the defense. And in aggressive, all zone defenders can lock onto the nearest receiver once plaster triggers. This gives you maximum man coverage once the play extends, but it also means you're giving up your zone help underneath. Here's the deal, man. I would rather give up my underneath, okay, than give up the deep. So plaster is something that I would have to look at. You can also control when plaster activates. Out of pocket and time, plaster triggers only when the quarterback leaves the pocket and the timer has expired. This is the safest option. Out of pocket, plaster triggers as soon as the quarterback leaves the pocket. And then time, plaster triggers after a set amount of time, even if the quarterback is still in the pocket. I think the coolest one or simplest one would be time. It depends. If I'm playing a mobile quarterback, you have to be careful of this because I'm reading this from an offensive mindset. If I notice that the defense is doing this every time my quarterback gets out of the pocket, then you know what I'm saying? I'm going to purposely set up like rollout plays to take advantage of this. So I'm going to roll out to the right. Your backside safety is going to flow to where the rollout is happening. And then I'm going to hit a backside post wide open. You got to be careful of this. You know what I'm saying? That's still cool. That's still really cool. And you can control how quickly it happens. Aggressive, plaster kicks in earlier. Default, balanced plaster timing, and conservative. Defenders stay in zone longer. But God dang, see, I just talked about doing that, and they got a counter for it. So they're like, okay, DM, you want to roll out? Cool. Soon as you roll out, we're just going to wait a little bit longer to make sure you ain't just rolling out the scramble. Yeah. Dude, this is cold as hell, man. This is cold as hell, bro. That is super cool. Roll coverage gives you a way to learn lean extra coverage help towards a specific threat. All it is saying, okay, I got a dangerous receiver over here to the right side of the field, so we're gonna shift our coverage to that side. They tried to balance 99 speed with plaster. That makes sense. That makes sense. But it's cool, man. It's cool, man. Offensively, because I've been playing mostly offense. Offensively, it's going to make me dig into my bag of tricks even more. But you got to know there's a counter for all of it. But, dude, I see why Bordeaux, with his boring ass, was talking about Heisman difficulty is even harder. This makes sense because the defense is just flat out better. Here's what I hope, man. I hope that you don't get because I'm going to tell you, the people that play online, there's going to be people taking advantage of some of these things in a way. What EA needs to learn how to do, and I'm going to text Scott and be like, hey, y'all need to learn to patch online only and leave offline alone patch them two different ways because the issues that people have online are not the same issues that people have offline because you're playing against a human opponent who knows how to exploit certain things. This is why I don't play online because you get too many people that just exploit stuff and they just run the same stuff. Now, you can adjust to it, which I have, you know what I'm saying? But there's some stuff that is just too difficult to adjust to and they'll just continue to do it over and over and over. It's a game exploit. You know what I'm saying? So there you go. Sometimes you're not just calling a coverage. You're calling a coverage with a purpose. Fastest. Shade help towards the offense's fastest player. Field. Shade help towards the wide side of the field. I like that. Field and boundary. I like that. Highest overall. Pass strength. Wow. Shade help towards the side with more receiving threats. Interesting. We had a coverage like that called Rose, where we would shift it towards the multiple receiver side. So if you were in a trip set, you know what I'm saying? Rose, we're shifting towards the trips. We're rolling our coverage towards the trips. Receiver 1, 2, 3, tight end 1, 2, shade help towards specific offensive targets. Bro, this is dope. Guys, I'm glad we got a year with this because this is going to take some time to get used to. This is dope. That's a basic high school coverage. After a certain amount of yards, the quarterback converts to man. You say that that's basic, but I've coached at the high school level, and I'm telling you, every high school don't coach it that way. It sounds basic, okay, but that's actually not true. In high school ball, bro, if they don't teach that at every high school. I'll just put it like that. You know what I'm saying? They don't teach that at every high school. That if the play breaks down, you just convert the man. They don't teach that at every high school. And the reason why they don't is because you got to think about skill set. It's based off of the players you got. If you got players smart enough to understand that, then yes. You know, and at the higher levels of football, and like in Texas in 6A and 5A, yeah, that's basic because you got players that are smart enough. But at the lower levels, 1A, 2A, you might not have a guy that understands those concepts. And so you're not going to run it. You're going to make it simple for them, if that makes sense. Macros, that's what it's called. Thank you. Setting up macros for your defense so that way you don't have to make 5 different coaching adjustments every time. Dude, I'm telling you, I'm so excited for that. I'm so excited for that, dude. That is goated. You can set up every single defensive coverage and how they should react depending on what offensive formation comes out. Yes, dude, I'm telling you, that's what gets me excited, man, because it's like, dude, it's getting so much closer to real life. I'm not talking about how the game plays because the game is a game, but the structure behind it, everything, man. That's so dope to me. It's not an exploit, it's a money play. No, I'm not talking about money plays. I'm talking about literal exploits. Stuff that they end up patching, like, oh, if you line up in this formation. Okay, so an exploit, for example. Or let me say this. So I run veer and shoot. Y'all see it on the streams, the older streams and stuff. Sometimes you'll have, like I'll line up in trips bunched wide. Because it's veer and shoot, so they're very wide. It'll be 3 guys out there, and sometimes it'll be like 1 guy. Or like I'll say in 25, an exploit. If you line up and stack wide out of the veer and shoot, if they're pressing 100% of the time and you run all goes, your receivers are going to be open on the go routes. 100% of the time. Y'all go back and look at the 25 streams when I was running the veer and shoot. I was putting up video game numbers. Of course, it's a video game, but you know what I'm saying? Passing for like 10,000 yards in a season. Because if I line up in the wide stack formation out of the veer and shoot playbook, if they were pressing 100, if I had a receiver with 95 speed or 90 speed and above 100% of the time, guys, they would be open on the go route. You see what I'm saying? You've been waiting on it last night. I had to let it set in last night. You know, I didn't want my emotions running wild. And then I didn't want to stay up because I had to go to work at like 10 or 11 last night. I took a year off from coaching, for those of y'all that don't know. And I've been running a donut shop. So I have to go in and bake. And it takes a long time. So I went in last night at like 11. So that's why I didn't stay up and do a live stream, because I would have been up till freaking now. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, man coverage answers. Man coverage also gets more tools this year, especially against stacked. Oh, look, see right there. Stack bunches in traffic. Dang it, boy. They coming for my veer and shoot, dog. Because I'm telling you, the veer and shoot playbook is lethal. It's surgical, man. Or at least I'm surgical with it. So they got a fix for that. That matters because modern offenses are built to create free releases, rubs, picks, and matchup problems. If the offense is going to use formation structure to create space, defense needs answers that make sense. Against stack formation, you have combo, triangle, top hat, and lock. Y'all, this is dope, bro. This is dope. Combo, defenders read the release and can trade assignments. One takes the inside route, one takes the outside route. Triangle. In cover 2, man, triangle concept, guys, this is, I'm going to read this first, but this is what Nick Saban would essentially do in his coverages. In cover 2, man, 3 defenders cover 2 stacked receivers. The safety brackets the deeper threat or the route that breaks to his side. So, and he would even do it in a stack set. Tennessee veer and shoot playbook about to eat. But bro, here's the deal. Because y'all know I love the veer and shoot. That's what I run. The way the defense is structured now, you're going to have to really dig into your bag of tricks. Like, I'm going to have to start using motion and stuff. It's going to be fun to counteract this. But, bro, this is going to be real cool. Top hat. Defenders, so like the triangle method in Nick Saban's cover 2, basically, you want to have more defenders than they have receivers. If they have 3 receivers, you should have at least 4 defenders to that side. And not essentially lining up to that side, but once that play starts, you know what I'm saying? Triangle them. Top hat, defenders switch who takes the front receiver and who takes the back receiver in the stack. This is real cool because, guys, that's real life. Coaching, I coach cornerbacks. I coach the whole secondary, okay? We've done this stuff in real life because we've played teams like Mount Vernon who would run a spread and they have a stack formation, you know? And that's how you play it, okay? The corner has, or we'll keep it simple. Like, okay, the guy that's down, it may be the backer. We may put a backer out there. We might roll a safety down. But whoever's rolled down, they're responsible for a certain area. We just keep it simple. Hey, you got flats. You got whatever coming to flats. So don't worry about a man. Play the zone. But if we do play it in man, we'll play it like that. Top hat, that's cool. Lock. Defenders stay locked onto their original assignments with no switching. Against bunch formations, point combo, the defender on the point receiver locks on while the other defenders read and exchange routes. So, guys, the point guy, so in a bunch is like a diamond. Basically, the point guy is the man that's on the line of scrimmage. Okay, so if I'm in Tripp's bunch, it's going to be the guy that's on the line of scrimmage or the guy that's in the middle splitting the difference between the other two guys, if that makes sense, because he might not always be on the line. And, you know, Nick Saban cover 7 incoming. Heck yeah, man. You can literally adjust the whole defense and all levels. I freaking love it. Point triangle in cover 2 man. 4 defenders handle 3 bunch receivers with safety help bracketing the deep or most dangerous route. I'm going to tell you how to do this on this stuff in bunch. If they want to play it like this, they better have a dog on the backside, because that one receiver on the island, whoo, look out now. Lock. Defenders stay locked on their original assignments. Match coverage checks. This is a big one. This is something that I talked about earlier about the palms coverage. That's your match concepts. Okay. We added more coverage checks to help defenders handle modern offensive formations like stack, bunch, trips, isolate, and isolated receivers. These are real football answers to real coverage problems. Keep in mind that in Madden, due to the complexity of the NFL game, we'll have all coverage checks. College will have the basic checks with a few more options. You will see checks across cover 3 match, quarters, palms. I love me some palms. And cover 6. Some examples is box. Defenders each on a direction around a bunch set, such as deep outside, deep. Oh, this is so fucking cool. This is so freaking cool, man. Y'all, man, I'm being so real when I say this. This is simulation football, because, guys, reading this is stuff that we literally teach. If you're a young guy in high school or middle school, I'm sorry, I'm cussing, but if you're a young guy in high school or middle school, or you're about to go to college, or well, if you're in college, you about to anyway, guys, learn these concepts. Okay. I would be about read this stuff, and if it's unfamiliar to you, learn it. This is so freaking cool, because this is stuff that we do in real life as a coach. That's so cool to see, man. Hell, y'all, we doing this. I might do a dynasty in coach mode. I know it's bad. And matter of fact, where's the guy that's always on every video talking about coach mode? We finally got it, and he quiet. He ain't commenting nothing. This is dope, man. I can see why they would put coach mode in the game now. Because all of this, imagine, you know what I'm saying? Oh, man, this is so cool. This is so cool. Box is real cool. That's because we do play stuff like that. Bingo, similar to box, but gives the outside corner special rules on the number 1 receiver. If number 1 stays outside, the corner can lock onto him. If he crosses inside, the coverage falls back into its normal. This is so fucking dope. And bro, I don't want to hear nobody say that 27 is a bad game, because here's the deal. The people that say that, they don't understand football. These are the type of people that just look for the on-screen stuff. Oh, the game looks like this. Oh, the equipment this. Or, oh, they got this. Or, oh, the recruiting. Bro, look, this is the shit that works on the back end, bro. There's no way anybody is reading this and saying this is not a good football game. Bro, what? Y'all, this is dope, man. I'm telling you, these are real life concepts, y'all. I'm telling you, as a coach that's been coached it, as a player that's been played it in college, there has never been a game that has these concepts. Triangle creates a 3-over-2 or a 4-over-3 structure where defenders can combo routes underneath while the safety brackets. Y'all, we literally had a coverage like this when I was coaching. The safety would play over the top, and then essentially the corner, it could be either the corner in the wheel or the corner in the Sam, but basically the corner in the outside linebacker, or depending on what coverage we was in, we would have what we would call a bandit, which would essentially be a rover. So you would have three safeties, two corners and three safeties, but one of the safeties would be called a bandit. He would always go to the boundary. He would always bandit, starts with a B. Always play to the boundary, and you can do a certain coverage between him and the corner where they combo, and then the backside safety would play over the top. Oh! Let's fucking go, man. Dude, this is making me excited because, bro, they are finally giving defense some love. And it's in the secondary, bro. This is dope, man. Nah, ain't no folding and getting the deluxe. And here's the deal, man. Because y'all got these content creators that come out here and they read this stuff and they don't explain this shit to y'all. But I'm explaining this stuff to y'all from a football standpoint. This is real stuff. They check 5 major boxes. Gameplay, dynamic weather, dynasty upgrades, more plays, roller goalie coach mode, bonus. See, and that's the thing. Intelligent, ain't nothing wrong with that. But like, none of that shit matter to me. This right here, this is what matter. Because this is what makes playing the game fun. Because guys, man, it ain't enough defensive options. I'm out here molesting teams with that veer and shoot. I could take freaking Akron and beat Ohio State running the veer and shoot. Because of the way the defense plays, they don't have a lot of options to stop it. This right here is going to be challenging as hell, bro. Oh, man, this is dope. This is dope. Okay, let me continue because my coaching whistle, I'm going to need a new one. This sucker going to break. Point triangle, built for bunch looks with the point receiver accounted for and help layer it around other routes. You got skate underneath defenders widen towards bunch or trips to take away quick throws. Skinny, more aggressive match rules where defenders can carry vertical and outside releases based on how. See, this is my thing, man. They need to have something in the game that teaches people these concepts. Y'all remember in Madden in the past where they had like the skills trainer, but it would actually take you into like, hey, this is cover 2. This is what it looks like. This is how you play it, blah, 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 blah. They need to have something like that in college. Now, I did see on one of the menus where it says something about training. I'm wondering if that's going to do that because, guys, this is a lot to take in. And we at the top of the damn page. You know what I'm saying? Y'all, I'm really going to have to do some. You know what? Fuck it. I don't know if EA going to do it. I'ma do it. I'ma do it. And make videos. And this is going to help people out. This is real cool. Skinny Meg, similar to Skinny, but the backside corner locks onto the isolated receiver. Give me your coverage away from the punches. We would call this X. So like if they came out of the trip set, like I run trips bunch, you got trips to the right side of the field, the left side we got one receiver, that backside receiver is an automatic X. So my safeties would say X, 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 X. The corner should already know, but communication is key. Trips, rolls, X, X, X. X is telling that backside corner, hey, you on your own, dog. So who would convey that to him? The backside safety. So if trips is to the right, I got a 2 safety look up at the top. Okay, that backside safety to that single receiver side, he has to roll over and help because we're in rows, right? The backside, that play side safety has to help over the top. The backside safety is now responsible for the middle of the field. And then now he has to tell that backside corner, hey, X, X, X. What that's telling him is you're on your own. I have a different assignment. I don't have your over the top anymore. You on your own, Jack. You see what I'm saying? That's what. Oh, man. Oh, that's so freaking cool to see real life concepts in the freaking game, bro. I don't think y'all understand, man. This is dope, man. No, hey, I'm doing content this year. Bordeaux better move the hell over. I'm gonna be the Bordeaux that actually know football. This is dope, dog. I'm trying to think. Let me know in the comments, dog. Should I do it through coach mode? Or should I do it actually playing the game? I'm gonna tell you, reading all of this, all the checks and all that kind of stuff, I kind of want to do a Dynasty series on the channel with coach mode. I want to do it through coach mode and let the players play it out. You know what I'm saying? Let me know what y'all think. Should we actually play through it ourselves or should we just do it through coach mode? I'm leaning on coach mode. Okay, you got stubble or stress, I'm sorry. It helps prevent breakdowns against all verticals by converting deep defenders into zone spacing instead of chasing everything. Stubby. A trip side check where the corner locks onto number one while the nickel. Oh my gosh, y'all, we had this too. We didn't call it stubby. Of course, we had our own name for it. But in trips, I think, what did we call it? Rodeo? Either rodeo or lasso. So basically, if in the trip set, the corner has the number one receiver man. Okay. And then everybody else play what we call buzz. Buzz is basically our palms coverage, our match coverage. Buzz, buzz, buzz. But in trips, the corner has number one, and now the safety to that side rolls down, and then the bandit or the Sam, whichever side the trips is on, is going to play buzz. They're going to play buzz. They're going to play match with the number two and the number three receiver. You see what I'm saying? And so that would be one of those situations where now that backside safety has to come over and take the middle because the other two are playing match coverage with the 2 and 3 to the trips. And he's going to tell that backside corner, what, guys? XXX. There we go. Y'all learning. This is so cool, man. Stump, similar to stubble, but gives the defender better help against short routes from number one. So this would what stump is basically your corner will be locked on to number one, and he's gonna have a defender that basically would do like a bump and run on number two. He would play flats underneath to give him help underneath. Solo, the backside corner locks onto the lone receiver, freeing the free safety to help elsewhere. This is the same thing, honestly, as this. This is essentially the same thing, y'all. Basically, the difference between Skinny Meg and Solo is it's going to depend on how many safeties you have. But it's essentially the same thing. If you're in a trip set, let's say you have five DBs. You know what I'm saying? You're in a 4-2-5 or something like that, or a nickel. And you have trips to one side. You know, if you don't put a backer out there, now in nickel you have that nickel that can go over there, but that backside corner is still going to be in man. But what that does in solo is it frees up that backside safety. He could play on the run. That's the important thing. The difference between that and Meg, he's playing pass. Hey, solo, now that backside corner could come on a blitz. He can come down and run support or something like that. You know, you could drop a linebacker onto the line of scrimmage, and now that backside safety can replace that linebacker. There's a lot of different concepts that can play into, but that's essentially what solo allows that to happen. Skinny Meg is going to allow that backside safety he's still going to play pass. In solo, he can now play pass, he can play run, he can blitz, whatever. You see what I'm saying? He can go to the trip side and jam the point man and whatever. He's free. He's a free. Solo cut. The safety takes short inside breaking routes from the lone receiver, freeing the corner to help away from that side. These two can kind of go together, which it makes sense that they would call them solo and solo cut. You know, solo cut is just saying, hey, you have a specific role. You're not tied to anybody, but you want to, if it's a pass, you need to play that underneath. Teaching works for us, doing it in coach mode. You have to start as a coordinator and do box view. Yeah, I'm finna get the beta so I can go ahead and start getting used to it. I wish I can make content. Hell, I'd record and then just. Actually, I didn't think about that. I wonder if you would get in trouble for that. Like if I did the beta now and I recorded my gameplay videos that's teaching stuff and then uploaded them once the game comes out. I'm a message Scott. I don't know if he'll message back, but I'm gonna message him and ask him that, hey, can I record my beta gameplay of me teaching these football concepts and then upload them on release? I don't know. We'll see. Because once the game come out, I guess it wouldn't, you know what I'm saying? Defense will be fun. Zone it. Turns off matching and lets everyone play straight zone. This is cool. You can do that? Okay, I'm probably going to do that then. I'm going to probably start that today then. Download the beta and record going over these concepts in like a practice mode. You can check on that. Do that for me, man. I appreciate that. You can't, you'll get in trouble. I'm not talking about uploading them now. I would record the videos now and I wouldn't once the game officially releases, not the 7-day early access, Once the game actually releases, then you're going to see on the channel, hey, here's the defensive understanding. This is the defensive stuff. Does that make sense? I don't think you would get in trouble at that point because the game is out. I'm not talking about recording it and releasing it now. I'm talking about recording it now and then releasing it once the game comes out. I don't know. Anyway, probably not. I don't know. I don't see why you wouldn't. It ain't like, do they, unless they have a software that could tell that you recording your gameplay. You see what I'm saying? Defensive playbooks, but then it's, yeah, and they may patch some stuff by then. That's what I said. I would just I would ask Scott to make sure. I would ask to make sure. I don't think that they, because you're even though you're recording it, you're only releasing it once the game is actually out. But the beta stuff tells you not to record gameplay. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Defensive playbooks built for identity. One of the biggest areas of growth this year is the defensive playbooks. They're expanding nine defensive playbooks into 31. Dang. Adding 22 new playbooks built around modern college defensive philosophies and identities. So at the core of this expansion are 6 defensive styles. You have man pressure, shell, zone pressure, and multiple. Each of the 138 teams is mapped to one of these styles, helping weekly matchups feel more distinct while also giving users more freedom to build their own defensive identities. I like all of this defensive stuff, dog, because now you really have, like, right now in the game, everybody basically, not everybody don't run the same stuff, but there's not much diversity between what people do, if that makes sense. What this does is really allow you to get more depth and identity in what you do. Yeah, that's pretty cool, man. At this point, you might as well do it for the actual game. But what I was saying about doing it now is that I get a jump on the competition. You know what I'm saying? So imagine the game comes out. The time it would take me to do all of that would be a little bit longer. Whereas imagine if you get the game comes out and in the first week, you like, man, what is all of this? And then you come to the channel and I got all the videos uploaded that day that teach you everything you need to know about the defensive stuff. But I'm going to just play the beta, learn as much as I can, make notes. And then once the game drops, heck, I'm going to just spend that time. Or actually, I could do it once the 7-day access starts, the 7-day early access. Or the 10-hour early access that starts before the 7. We'll get it done, man. This year, we've added 16 new defensive formations, including 3-3-5, 3 high. 4-2-5, 3 high. Guys, what this is they took the 3-3-5 and they're putting 3 high safeties. Okay. Because you already got 5 secondary guys and it's 2 high in those formations. They're just putting 3 high. And the same thing with the 4-2-5. 3-4 grizzly, nickel, double mug looks, wide jack fronts, single mug dime packages, new tight and under fronts, and several new pressure structures built specifically to answer modern spread offenses. These are backed by a large expansion of new plays and packages designed to better handle tempo, spacing, RPOs, mobile quarterbacks, and the multiplicity we see in today's college game. We also made structural improvements across existing packages. Dollar personnel now properly uses 4 safeties and 2 corners. Cornerback 1 alignment is now standardized to better match wide receiver 1 alignment and improve matchup consistency. Defensive audibles now transition much more naturally across fronts and personnel groupings, especially in nickel structures. Only the subscription gives you the beta, not the deluxe bundle. However, the sub comes with the deluxe bundle. That's what I told people, man. If you already plan on getting the deluxe bundle for Madden and college football, that $150, it's a steal. You could potentially make a video going over feedback from your experience of the beta. I mean, yeah, I'm going to do that anyway. Wait, I could play the 10-hour thing with regular EA Play that I bought, even though I didn't. Yes. So as long as you have EA Play, guys, I'm not talking about the membership. As long as you have regular EA Play, you will get that 10-hour early access. I think it is 3 days before. But if you buy the deluxe, you get the game 7 days early. Or the EA Plus membership. You get it 7 days early. So what's the release date? Yeah, see, plus 7-day early access. So right here, this is the EA Play thing. Okay. 3-day early access for that, for pre-ordering it. But if you get that, then you get that mug 7 days early. What's the original release date? I don't even remember. Heck, I can just go look here. The 6th? No, the 6th is a 7-day. July 2nd, if you get the MVP. Okay. That's wild. See what I'm saying though? So the deluxe edition costs $100, y'all. So if you're gonna get Madden and college football, you may as well get the MVP subscription thing, because I think it's $150, but it's for a year. Like, but it's crazy not to get that. OG releases on the 7th. Guys, that's less than a month away. So 1, 2, 3, that's 4 weeks away. If you get the MVP 7-day early access, you'll be playing that sucker in 4 weeks. Sailor has played the beta. Sailor has. He said if y'all got questions, just holler at him. Ask him in the chat and he'll reply from what he's experienced from the beta. Okay, so where was we at? Defensive playbooks. Okay, we read through that. All right, wide receiver DB battles, win correctly at the line. They talk about this stuff every year, and they do implement little things here and there, but I'm interested to see what's here. So in previous years, receivers in press situations were mostly focused on one thing: beat the press. That was it. They didn't always care if they won inside or outside. They were just trying. And I could have swore in 26 that they said that they were going to try to do that. You know, go inside or outside. Jalen, yeah, I'm going to go over as much as I can. We just at the start, brother. We just on gameplay right now. I'm going to try to skim through this, y'all. I don't want to read through everything because we'll be here for like 5 hours trying to read through all of this. But I'm just skimming through to see what catches my eye. A receiver running a slant does not want to win outside. So this year we added more route awareness to press interactions. Now the route the receiver is running helps determine where he wants to win. If he's running an outside breaking route, he wants to release outside. If he's running an inside breaking route, here's my question though. Are you going to have receivers smart enough to fake out a corner? So let's say I'm running a slant. So I want an inside release. Are you going to have a smart receiver that's going to say start the route outside to get the corner to commit outside, and then bam, you get them inside? You see what I'm saying? They may sound simple, but the change is a lot because now leverage matters on both sides of the ball. If you put your defensive back in inside leverage, he has a better chance to challenge routes that want to break outside. So guys, it's going to be important to really get your pre-snap camera to see, are these defenders playing outside leverage or inside leverage? If they're playing outside leverage, understand that there's going to be a safety or a backer that's going to cover their inside. You see what I'm saying? That can also tell you that that corner could be potentially in man on the island by itself or whatever. If you play outside leverage, you are better positioned to defend routes trying to win outside. Ratings still matter, and they matter a lot. We're not trying to create a world where a low-tier DB can line up inside and always erase an elite receiver on the slant just because you picked the right coverage or leverage. Talent still has to show up, but football IQ should show up too. This is the chess match we wanted. So awareness is really going to matter big time, or should. This is what I was interested in, the jostle technique. I don't know. This is weird to me because when I see this picture, the ball is in the air. The defender has a hand on the hip, which isn't a problem, but the hand on his arm, that would be a pass interference. They would throw that every time. It depends. I don't know. You would get some refs that would call that pass interference. If I was a coach and I see a DB holding his arm like that, I would say that's pass interference. You're preventing him from catching the ball. The ball is in the air. I don't know, man. That's weird. So let me read it. The next piece is jostle. Jostle is about making man coverage feel more connected, more physical, and more valuable for defenders who win with coverage skills, not just raw speed. There are different points during a route where a defensive back can engage in a jostle interaction with the receiver. The defender determines when he wants to challenge that route and when the interaction happens. Ratings help determine who wins. Well, this is the thing, because people look at jostle and say, oh, well, I'll be able to jostle all day. But it's like, no, because the downside of it is you're taking a risk of getting a pass interference call. You see what I'm saying? That's not pass interference. What I'm telling you is, I guarantee you, you're going to have a ref that's going to flag pass interference for that. Every one of them won't. Pictures are misleading. Watch the film. Still, what I'm saying is, if I'm a ref in a game and you see a corner holding the arm of a wide receiver, you're going to have a ref. Maybe not every one of them, but somebody's going to call pass interference. If the ball is in the air that close, with the jostle technique, the refs would definitely call PI. I saw it on Bordeaux stream last night, so you have to time it. And that's the thing right there. Bader defense is way smarter. It depends on what's happening with the hand. I agree with you, but okay, so let me rephrase this, guys. Basically, what I'm saying is you're going to have to be careful of when you use this technique. Because on the surface, people looked at this and was like, oh, shoot, I'll be able to jostle the wide receiver. But even they just told us right now, you got to do it at the right time. So it's going to be important for you to know when I can do it, when they won't flag it. All right. The defender determines when he wants to challenge the route and when the interaction happens. Ratings help determine who wins. If the receiver wins, he keeps his route clean and continues working. If the defender wins, he can affect the receiver's speed and timing. That is important. For a long time, there have been defensive backs in Franchise Dynasty and Play Now who have had strong coverage ratings but were not always usable because they did not have top end speed. You might see a guy with the great man coverage, but if his speed was not high enough, you felt like you could not put him on the field. This is basically, jostle creates the lockdown corners that ain't necessarily fast. DM is talking in terms of example. Wide receivers and DBs hand fight all the time. Yeah, I'm talking in terms of example. Basically, y'all, that's real life. You have those hands, because I even teach my corners. You know what I'm saying? If you got him pressed against the sideline, I teach them to lean on them. That's body contact. I teach them to take their inside hand and place it on the outside thigh of that receiver and push down. Hey, the ref might see it. He might not. If you're leaning on him, it's hard to see. You see what I'm saying? So I teach contact, but there's a certain time that you have to do it. What I'm saying is people are going to take this jostle. They're going to be pissed off because they're going to be getting pass interference calls. But the reason why is because you got to know when to do it and when you can't do it. Does that make sense? So what I'm saying is people saw this and was like, oh, heck yeah, I get to play lockdown. Buddy, you better know when to do that jump. Look how his hand is on his inside hand is on his outside thigh. I teach that all the time. This part is where you get tricky. You got to know when is it acceptable to do that. You see what I'm saying? Because the same way, the receiver he can do certain stuff and he can't do certain stuff. They can get a pass interference call for doing certain things. Have to time it. Had it called on me last night. Also low rated DB panics more. Yup. I like the fact that jostling is included because you couldn't even touch a receiver after 5 yards, otherwise called holding. Did the rule change? The rules didn't change. The game just caught up with it. Does that make sense? This has always been a thing in football. Like I said, I've always taught my corners because this is what I was taught in college. My secondary coach at Southern Arkansas, David Reeves, he was also the defensive coordinator at UAB a couple years ago. He's at high school now. When he came to SAU, he came from Alabama. He coached the safeties. He was a safeties coach. He coached under Nick Saban. So he taught us some legit stuff. You know what I'm saying? And this is one of the things that he taught us when I was in college. So reading on, we wanted to give those players more value. If a defender has great coverage ratings, he should have a chance to stay connected. And this is a big thing, guys. What does that mean? Get hands on the receiver, disrupt timing, and somewhat neutralize speed through technique. We're not talking about completely tanking the receiver speed or letting defenders hold all the way down the field. That's not the goal. So this is what I'm talking about here. What he says here, by slowing down the receiver, that hand on the thigh, when he tries to bring that leg up, you provide resistance. That's slowing him down. Jostling isn't necessarily the hand on the arm. It's basically legal contact, okay, at the right time that slows the receiver down, because you can't just stop him. I can't just turn and face him and push his leg down. But if I'm leaning on him, my inside hand can touch his outside thigh and push it down or try to keep it from coming up. Now, guys, here's the deal. You got to be good at it, because if you're not, that shit ain't going to work and you're going to get burnt. You see what I'm saying? The wide receiver template could affect jostle and PI. So a bump and run cornerback and a physical wide receiver, you would get less PIs compared to speedsters. Yeah, exactly. Yes, DM, that's what I meant. I played DB and we always had hand on the hip. No, I'm not talking about hand on the hip. I'm talking about hand on that freaking thigh. You know, I know what you're talking about, but the game was frustrating on defense because it had NFL rules. I ain't talking about hands on the hip. Like, I would literally teach them that hand, when that leg comes up, that hand should be pushing it down. You're leaning on them, pushing that leg down. But it's a similar concept. The goal is to make, okay, so this is what I was going to talk about. If a defender has a great coverage rating, he should have a chance to stay connected. Here's the deal. Because if you don't do this technique properly, it is a technique to learn. If you don't do it properly, it's going to slow you down and you won't be able to keep up with the receiver. And then once he gets in front of you, they see that arm on the leg and they're going to call pass interference because it looks like holding or something. Does that make sense? So you do have to be technologically sound, technique sound, fundamentally sound, Bob. That is football, because press matters more now. Jostle matters more now. Leverage matters more now. And when all these pieces work together, wide receiver DB battles become more physical, more strategic, and more rewarding on both sides of the ball. I wonder how that's going to look in Road to Glory. Because one reason y'all know that I hate playing Road to Glory as a corner is because you can't do stuff. You can't do anything. The little jam mechanic is atrocious. It's hard as heck to even get the corner to jam the receiver anyway. But I'm going to tell you this. If you're pressing, use jostle at the snap. Okay? Let's say I'm pressing. I want to be inside leverage. I want to force him to the outside. Use jostle at the snap to force him outside. Okay? Built from game day. Now we move into built for game day. The gameplay pillar is centered around authenticity. Okay, short yards gameplay. That's a tush push. I don't know how we feeling about that mechanic in Madden. I don't know if it's in college or not. You also have to be careful when double moves, which can get you burnt. Yes. So that's what I'm saying. People think jostle is, oh man, I'm gonna lock down. It's gonna be a battle. If you play Road to Glory, linebacker is the only one really worth it. Yeah, defensively. I'm playing the beta right now. Offense is so fun, but defense is confusing because they changed all the controls. But overall, when the game comes out, it'll be so good. Yeah. So I don't know how to feel about that mechanic. I would have to play it to kind of see it. I've seen people doing it, but you know, it is what it is. I'm not going to read through that. Quarterback sneak meter. The goal was to make sure. So I guess it is in the college too, since they got it on here. These are some of the biggest moments. So how does it work? Before the snap, the game evaluates the push strength of your center, guards, and quarterback against the shed strength of the defenders lined up closest to the ball. Strength, weight, block shedding, and overall trench leverage all factor into the battle. If the defense is winning up front before the ball is even snapped, your timing window becomes smaller. If the offense has the advantage, your window gets larger. Heavy quarterbacks also matter more here, with quarterback push strength influenced by both strength and weight ratings. Once the meter begins, your job is to hit the timing window as clearly as possible. A perfect snap gives you the best chance at a major push up front, while poor timing can lead to the defense blowing up the play in the backfield. So it's not a guarantee. If you get in the green, it's not guaranteed. It shouldn't be guaranteed. But I got a feeling, and here's the deal. People don't really understand, because people might look at this mechanic and say, oh, well, that's an easy 1 yard game. Not necessarily. And then how often are you going to be at the 1 yard line on the goal line? Like, it doesn't happen enough to where I think it'll be a problem, but you're going to have some people complaining. Situation also matters. Higher difficulties, home field advantage, more defenders in the box, longer yardage situations, late game pressure, high stress moments can all speed up the meter and make things more difficult. I need to see this in practice, because if I hit it perfect, does that guarantee me that 1 or 2 yards? You see what I'm saying? If it guarantees you a yard every time, I can see how that can be an issue. The system is layered on top of the ratings battle already happening in the trenches, so even perfect timing does not guarantee success if the defense completely outmatches you physically. Okay, so that kind of answers my question. That answers my question. The idea was to create a system where sneak, goal line stands, and those fight for inches moments feel tense, physical, and earned. Basically, the timing thing, I get it, but at the same time, I feel like it's more like an in-game quick time event, because if you get it perfect, that still doesn't guarantee you a win. Then it's no different than if the meter wasn't there to begin with. You see what I'm saying? And it just bases it off your ratings. I guess it just gives you a boost, but at the same, it makes the player feel more in control of the situation. It creates tension. There was already tension on 4th and 1. This creates even more tension, like a game-winning field goal of sorts. More control up front. Short yardage was not the only area we wanted the box to feel smarter. We also added more control to the run game, protection game, and defensive front behavior. ID the mic has been updated for the run game. Okay, that's good. Giving you more control over how blockers identify threats, assign pullers, and adjust targeting rules based on the run scheme. This is going to be really cool for, whenever you run like the end around, how it always, or like even speed options. This is really good for speed option plays too, because how anytime you run a speed option or end around, it always seems like the defense automatically knows you're going to do it. And there's an extra guy outside of the box lined up, and he's just there waiting. This can help with that. I can see that already. We also added an option to allow the offense to leave the user lurk defender untargeted by default, either through coaching adjustments or on field through the protection menus. That gives players more control over how they want their protection and blocking rules to behave. On defense, we added a new gap integrity coaching adjustment. This lets you decide how strictly your defenders play their assignment or assigned run fits. So you have conservative and aggressive on that. Conservative tells defenders to shed towards their assigned gap and maintain structure. You may give up fewer explosive runs, but you're also less likely to get those big splash plays outside of your assignment. Aggressive gives defenders more freedom to shed in any direction and try to make a play. They can create big wins, but if you guess wrong, you lose structure and you can open up major run lanes. I'm going to tell you what's going to be fun doing this against offensively is zone. I run a lot. I run an absurd amount of inside zone. I would say 90% of the run plays that I run are inside zone or zone running schemes. Because what zone running schemes allow you to do is, like, okay, if I run dive, then yeah, Kyle, you can do the coach mode in Dynasty. I don't know if you can do it in online Dynasty though. If you can do, like, if I run dive is set to hit a particular gap no matter what. I mean, of course, the running back is going to improvise, but he's not, zone says, hey, we're zone blocking left or we're zone blocking right. And the running back finds, he approaches the line, finds the gap that's open and hit it. It ain't necessarily saying that you got to go A gap, B gap, You just shoot. You might shoot for the A gap, but the A gap may shift to the right to where the original B gap was at. Now that's the A gap, and you hit that, if that makes sense. We also added defensive aggression, which controls how fast and aggressively your defense plays against the run. Conservative has linebackers slow to play the run, stay more prepared for play action, Preserve stamina and avoid some of the risk that comes with aggressive mechanics. And then aggressive tells defenders to play fast downhill. They will attack harder, use more aggressive mechanics, and have a higher chance at big wins. But they can also give up bigger mistakes, bite harder on play action. I like that. That's pretty cool. That's cool. That is the trade-off. Play fast and make big plays, but if you're wrong, it can cost you. Bro, I have to say this game looks fire. I'm also hyped for both of them. Yeah, facts. On the protection side, we added chip block mechanic, which gives users more pass blocking customization. You can now ask the tight end or halfback to chip a defender on their way out into a route. Any route can be assigned a chip. That's cool. That's cool. Depending on the win-loss outcome, that chip can knock the defender off his rush path, or it can distort. And I also heard too, like the quarterback in the pocket, if you're holding that down button, just dropping back all willy-nilly, they said it makes the quarterback drop back slower because the goal was to keep the quarterback in the pocket, if that makes sense, because they move better and that's the way the game is played. You know, if you just get on the game and you ain't gonna get in real life on a 3-step drop and just keep dropping back until something opens up, if that makes sense. Coach DNA 2.0. This year, coaches have far more identity, adaptability, and awareness built into how they call games, respond to situations, and attack opponents over the course of matchups. Coach differentiation continues to be a huge focus for us. Shells, stunts, pressure, tendencies, coverage structures, and overall philosophies are now driven by distinct coach profiles built from real world data. Different coaches should not feel. See, they said this stuff before, man. They said this stuff before. I'm wondering, are they going to actually make it happen this time? Coaching adaptation has gone to another level. They look at tendencies. They track what is working. They react. See, they said that last year. And what they said is that the better teams, like your Georgias and Ohio States, will adapt to what you're doing quicker, which was true. You play against a lower team. Say I'm Texas and I'm playing against freaking Louisiana Tech. I can run the same plays over and over and it'll work. Georgia, Alabama, the bigger teams, the bigger programs with the smarter coaches, smarter players, they would adjust to what you're doing a lot quicker. Is there college game day in the game? No. In an offense, if an offense is repeatedly attacking underneath, defenses can respond with more aggressive zone behavior. If the offense keeps leaning on strong side, bunch, corner routes, coaches can adjust into match concepts like box, check to counter it. And if one answer is not working, coaches can pivot and try something different. The adaptability also extends into offensive game planning. So offenses now feed the hot hand when a quarterback or running back is rolling. Double team elite edge rushers when tackles are losing matchups. Set up plays throughout the game. Set up pass plays throughout the game. I like this. Okay, so they took what they did last year and they built on it. Because all of this stuff in theory was in the game last year. Hopefully it's just more implemented. And it will be because the defense has more tools at their disposal to implement it. Adjust run pass tendencies based on offensive line and defensive line matchups. Become more aggressive on fourth down in shorter quarter length games. Assign real cadence behavior to AI quarterbacks before the snap. That setup / play sequencing piece was especially important to us. For example, if an offense is consistently finding success running outside zone, that'd be me right there, or me with inside zone, the AI can begin unlocking complementary concepts like play action boot off that success. See, but that was in the game. They said that last year. That if you can, they even said, I wish I can go and pull up. It was either in 25 or 26's deep dive where they specifically said that you can set up the play action pass better. But like I said, y'all, at the same time, it is still an improvement. The reason they can get away with saying it again is because there are new defensive mechanics that gives the defense more options to do this types of stuff. So when you go back to like the aggressive play of the linebackers, if you put your linebackers to play aggressive on the run, if I'm busting you with inside zone, your adjustment is going to be to tell your linebackers to play more aggressive. Before, last year, the game would just do it automatically if you were playing the computer. It wouldn't make them. So you bring up that menu. Y'all remember the menu that you bring up to say play outside run, play inside run, play middle? This is essentially the same thing. It's just more active. Because I would put the play to pass and they wouldn't really play it. But if you put the play to run and they run deep, somebody's going to be open because it makes them play more aggressive. This is really the same thing to me. I don't see the difference in that. I guess what it is instead of saying play outside run, middle run, you're basically just saying play aggressive, no matter what your assignment is. It's not necessarily saying target the middle or target the outside. It's saying if you're responsible for B gap, be aggressive to that B gap. This is the linebacker's answer to like the cornerback stuff of playing aggressive on like match coverage and palms and stuff like that. Does that make sense? Remember I was telling y'all about buck and buck up. If somebody comes into the flats, you can either continue to drop with that deep threat or you can come down and play aggressive on that. This is essentially the same thing for the linebackers. You can either play soft to help with the pass or you can play aggressive to stop the run. I like this. And Dynasty and franchise coaches now evaluate league rankings and broader team context when shaping strategy for the week. That is cool. So they're going to see your stats. If they see that your running back is killing it, they're going to be like, hey, we need to target him. If he's getting a bunch of touches, they're going to say, hey, we need to target that guy. That's cool. One of the newest additions in the Madden side is Coach Speak pre-play. Okay, I'm not worried about Madden. ML ball carrier pathing. What? One of the biggest long-term gameplay investments have started making is ML ball carrier pathing. At a high level, the goal here is simple. We wanted AI ball carriers to run more like real players and less like scripted robots. Once again, something that they kind of spoke about last year. Macros is amazing. Heck yes. I'm excited for that. If you get the light version, do you get all the mascots unlocked? I don't think so. You get some unlocked. In previous years, AI. Okay, I don't want to read that. It's just talking about AI runners. As the player runs the ball, the system studies the game situation frame by frame, defender position. So from there, the system records the good movement decisions from that moment, the direction, the angle, and the speed skill. That's just good. It's just improving the AI run game. I'm cool with that. Hot and cold, that's for Madden. I don't want to read that. Coach chat. College. If you've ever coached, you've probably done this before. And if you watch college football on Saturdays, you definitely see it. College players are not professionals yet. These are student athletes dealing with pressure, momentum swings, and road environments, rivalry games, and emotional highs and lows every single week. Sometimes a young quarterback throws one bad interception, and suddenly everything starts speeding up on him. Sometimes, okay, so get to the point. That's a real part of college football, and it is important for us to represent that in in-game play with our confidence and composure system. But just as importantly, we wanted to give you more agency and control in those moments instead of simply watching them play out. Okay, so what did they do? See, you could tell he's hot. I guess the headset is the coach talk. Okay, I see that. Let me pull up this image. So what you're looking at here is apparently you have two of them. And so if their composure is low, and I'm just guessing, I hadn't even read on yet, but you'll be able to coach chat, which is triangle, and it'll give him a boost to his composure. That's pretty cool. Let's see if that's what it is. Uh-oh, wrong thing. By pressing right on the D-pad, you can open the dynamic subs menu. In the top right corner, you will see your coaching headset. During the game, you can use Coach Chat 3 times to settle down a player who have gone cold. Simply hover over the player with the code indicator and press triangle or Y to talk to them. On the next possession, that player will return to a more balanced emotional state. The key is knowing when to use it. You only get 3 coach chats per game, and situations matter. A young player in a hostile road environment during a rivalry game may need it more than a veteran in a normal conference matchup. Just like in real life football, part of coaching is understanding when your team needs to hear your voice the most. That's actually pretty cool. Couldn't you go to last year's stream that I did and compare? Yeah, but it'd take a while to find that call. I know it was there, but it would take a while. Hurry up motion still doesn't work in the pitch on slot option. Just blocks gonna put in a ticket, but please tell OG. Okay, let me screenshot that. So I don't forget, because I'll forget things like that, Bob. Things like that. Give me a second, guys. It's DM gaming season finally. Heck yeah, man. You have 4 of them? I thought they said 3. This one say 3. Maybe that was a beta thing. Maybe they're gonna patch it to where you have 3. No, it say, where did it say? It say right here, you only get 3. So maybe, I don't know, maybe in the actual game they're gonna change it to 3. You think, or they're gonna leave it at where it's at? Yeah, he used 2. I was reading right here where it says you only get 3. I was just going off what they said. So right now in the beta you get 4. But here's the deal. I wonder, based off of your coach, and here's the deal, Sailor. I'm willing to bet that there is an upgrade tier on the coach skill tree somewhere that gives you more. That you could probably get more of those coach talks. Okay, so home field advantage for Madden. I'm skipping that, guys, because I'm just focused on college right now. We know about home field. They basically took home field advantage for college and applied it to Madden with the decibel meter. All right, so dynamic weather. This is, I don't really know. I don't think we have to just read all of this, man. Y'all know what dynamic weather is. Dynamic weather is basically you start the game, it could be sunny, and at halftime it could be a downpour. And you're going to have to adjust your game. Whereas now in the game, if it's raining the entire game. I'm so happy for dynamic weather that adds to the immersion and stuff like that. So that's real cool, man. That's real cool. A game starts clear and suddenly snow in the second half. Rain could build over time and then clear out. So I like that. I like dynamic weather. Player degradation has also taken a major step forward. Uniforms, helmets, and pants and overall player appearance now degrade dynamically throughout the game based on weather and field conditions. Okay. Damn, no notifications. Yeah, Burns, is probably because I hadn't uploaded in so long. Well, actually, I uploaded a couple days ago. Like, if you hadn't watched the channel in a while and stuff, I think YouTube just does that. Okay, so abilities, growth versus dominance. That's a Madden thing. Okay, so it says here, both games share the same core architecture. The logic, triggers, and activation rules and gameplay interactions are built from the same foundation. But, I mean, essentially, they took what we had in college and applied it to Madden. Dynamic weather is amazing. You're amazing. College football ability scale. You have 5 tiers: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and Heisman. We already know that. Heisman is unlocked. Heisman isn't standard though. Unless they changed it this year. Let's read and find out. As players progress through their college career, their abilities grow with them. A bronze tier gives you the foundation. Silver improves on it. Gold takes it to another level. Platinum is elite. And when you hit Heisman, that's when a player is truly playing out of his mind. The distinction matters. Heisman tier is not something a player simply has all the time. Okay, so that's the same as last year, y'all. Once you get platinum, they can upgrade as you go. Like if you start out at bronze, you can end up in silver or whatever. What Burns say? He said something else. Nah. Y'all know this. That's the same as last year. Abilities and the hot and cold system. So basically, same as last year. If I'm platinum and I'm cold, I'm going to degrade a tier. If I'm hot, I'm going to go up to Heisman, or you're going to upgrade a tier. Play your way. The tools control every player. So coach mode, a different way to play the game. Another major example this year is allowing you to play your way as coach mode. This is a feature that should make our veteran simulation heads proud, while hopefully welcoming another type of player into the digital football space as well. Coach Mode is designed for players who want to experience the game from a different point of view, not as the athlete on the field, but as the person managing the game from the sideline. When Coach Mode is enabled, post-snap gameplay is handled by the CPU, leaving you with the kind of control a real head coach has before the ball is snapped. That creates a completely different style of immersion. Coach Mode includes a range of settings that lets you shape how hands-on you want to be before the snap. Auto quarterback, auto snap, coach suggestions, coach suggestions. I don't get tongue-tied saying that. Pre-play cutoff and pre-play audio. One of the most interesting parts of the mode is the pre-play cutoff system, designed to reflect the real-world communication rules that govern coach-to-player headset communications in football. That's cool. That's pretty cool. Here's how it works. While communication is active, the interface remains open. At 15 seconds left on the play clock, that communication window closes. Once the cutoff hits, the pre-play menu closes as well. After that point, no further audibles or hot route adjustments can be made. I don't really like that, because in real life you can still give your players adjustments. Like if I'm a secondary coach, I can still be screaming at one of my players to switch to something different, if that makes sense. What this is simulating is the speakers inside of the headsets that you give to like the backers. Now I say that, but in a college game, it's so loud, bro. They're not gonna hear you screaming to them, telling them to do stuff. Does that make sense? Like, y'all know, like if I got a backside corner that ain't dropping back, there's no way in hell he's gonna hear me on the field in the middle of a game in Death Valley. You see what I'm saying? So I take that back. I like this. That creates a very different kind of pressure. You still have time to make meaningful decisions, but that time is finite. Once the window closes, your choices are locked in. We're also working, and this, guys, this is going to tie in heavily with the macro system, because, okay, I'm a coach on the sideline. Even without the headset in a high school game, we're going to tell our guys to adjust to what we see that's coming out. You see what I'm saying? Whereas, you know, what we would do, I wouldn't say, hey, corner, drop back, safety, do this, linebacker, do this. I wouldn't do that. What do we do as coaches? We create a phrase that would tell everybody what to do at the same time, and it's specific for them. I might say, hey, Rose, 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 Rose. And they're echoing it. Rose is a one word term, but the corners do something different in Rose. The safeties do something different in Rose. The backers do something different in Rose. Does that make sense? So that would actually simulate a macro. So utilize macros, guys. That's how you get, that's going to be your answer to the coach communication thing, the 15-second thing. You see them line out of trips? Bam, I got a macro for that. Whatever you name it. Rose, 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 Rose. They motion, it's still within that 15-second window, you know, adjust and go on. That's pretty cool. We're also working on a new camera specifically designed for coach mode to reinforce the feeling of seeing football through the coach's lens. So what, they're going to have a sideline camera? One of the coolest features we added is the ability to coach your quarterback before the snap. Holding RT or R2 plus the receiver icon, you can tell your quarterback who his primary read is on the play. On RPOs, you can also coach him on whether you want him handing the ball off or throwing it. I wonder if they're going to do this in the even outside of coach mode. The reason why is because there's been games. Y'all know college and Madden games in the past. I remember you could bring up the passing window. You could do the same thing. I click on the receiver and I can change who the primary receiver was. They have a sideline and press box camera. Are you serious? That's dope, man. Oh, y'all, this is making me excited. So yeah, anyway, in past games, like I said, you could change who the primary receiver was. So I'm wondering, like, is this just a coach mode option, or can you do this in regular play? I would imagine you can still do it in regular play as well. I'm interested in college football, but not Madden. I'm interested in Madden, but I'm more interested in college football. The big part is what makes this mode unique. Coach mode is less about stick skills after the snap and more about planning, sequencing, situational football, and trusting your preparation. For players who love the chess match behind every snap, it opens up a completely different way to play. I'm gonna do it. I'm definitely gonna do it Dynasty in coach mode. That squeal is freaking hilarious. I'm sorry, man. I got excited, Burns. You know what I'm saying? It be that way sometime, you know? That's how I squeal when my wife go to taco trip and get us tacos. Or when she come in and, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Big booty Latinas, you know? Yeah. Yeah. That's how I squeal inside. I don't do it like when she right there. They just make it awkward, you know what I'm saying? That just be pure runners, best quarterbacks on the beta. Here's what I wonder. Hey, Sailor, can you answer this for me as well? Okay. My biggest issue with quarterbacks that can run. In Madden, a quarterback that can run, they go. There's like no delay in them taking off, and I love it. In college, it's like in college 26 right now, I hate it because it's like such a long delay. It's like they take forever to get going. So did they fix that? Because I really hope that they made it more like Madden. There's 2 new skill trees. One is unlocked if you get the membership pre-order, and the other you have to unlock it by creating a Madden coach. Cool. Play call substitutions. Last year we introduced dynamic subs, and it was clear that you really liked that before, but one piece of feedback came through loud and clear. Players wanted more control over personnel before breaking the huddle. That is where play call substitutions come in. You can now make personnel changes directly from the play call screen, giving you faster. I thought you could already do that. Faster access to the matchups and packages you want. The goal here was simple. With all the systems now in play, including wear and tear, confidence, composure, and hot and cold, we wanted players to be able to freely move personnel in and out of the game without constantly. Okay, never mind. What I'm thinking about is packages. So like you flick right on the right stick or whatever, you change different packages. There's no delay now. Oh, my coaching whistle. Woo! Woo, my coaching whistle, baby. Yes. Thank you. Finally. That is awesome, bro. That makes me happy. If a player is fast, you definitely can tell the difference. Oh, clutch. Y'all making it so good for me, man. I'm so happy about that. That is awesome. Okay, so what I was thinking about was the packages. What they're saying here is literally you can just go to a certain player and sub in somebody else. This system works similar to dynamic subs and traditional depth chart substitutions under the hood. Once you make a substitution, it sticks, ensuring personnel decisions remain strategic, deliberate, and impactful throughout the game. So they once they in. That's cool right there. Little stuff right. Things like ammo. Timing-based catching, more control at the catch point. So we saw this in the video. We know what it is. How do we feel about time-based catching, y'all? You know, me personally, I don't know. I'd have to see it. I don't like a bunch of stuff on the screen when I'm trying to play the game. A bunch of meters and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I might just leave mine off and just let the simulation take its toll. I don't know, man. 3rd and 4th, but then at the same time, I don't know, because computer receivers be tripping. Is time-based catching worth it? That's what I wonder, man. You get the look you wanted. You throw the seam shot against cover 3. You hit him in the numbers. The DB gets a hand on his shoulder pads and boom, the ball. I guess this helps to like when the computer deliberately just drops the ball based off of simulation. This gives you more control. I don't think time base isn't. You haven't seen it? It don't say Madden. I saw when they showed it for Madden. But I think it's in college too. I think you just have to turn it on. Yeah, because if it's something that's just for Madden, it'll say Madden. You can enable it or disable it. Yeah, they was trying to find out was it in college, because I'm pretty sure it is. Pro tip. You want to release the button before the ball gets to the receiver's hands. That timing is where the skill comes in. The meter is broken into 3 main results. We know that. Now let's talk about what affects the green window. The perfect window starts with your difficulty and stuff. Well, we know already, man. I just want to know how it works. And they said it works the same way with coverage. But I want to finish reading because I want to see how it's basically implemented. Because at that moment, as a player, you feel like you did everything right. You made the right call. You made the right read. You put the ball where it needed to be. So when the result is a drop, it can feel like the game just decided it for you. I will agree with that. I've had several games where I'm playing and I'm throwing the ball to the receivers. And it's like, bro, it hit them in the hands and they drop it. Or it hit them in the hands and they barely get touched by the DB and they drop it. So, I don't know. I might have it on, but I don't know. Like I said, seeing them little bars all over the screen and stuff, I don't know. That's exactly what time-based catching was so important for us this year. Drops are always one of the hardest things to tune because everybody sees them differently. One player may look at a play and say he should have held on to that. Another player look at the exact same catch and say, no, with that contact and those ratings. Okay, I see the point. I see why they put it in there. And I do like that because I've been on both sides of that. So, I don't know. I probably will keep it on there, man. I think it'll add a lot more depth to the game and give you more control over it, if that makes sense. The meter is broken into 3 main results. Okay, we just read that, actually. Football is not always clean. Coverage can shrink that window. Catch difficulty can shrink that window. Sideline catches, toe drags. I like that, actually, yes, because I'm going to be honest, man. Toe drags and that sideline catches are OP in the game. Let's be honest. We can all be honest right there. We can all be honest. I'll try it and see how I like it. It basically just gives you more control because y'all know the little sideline catches and stuff, the receivers catch them 95% of the time. They toe drag automatically and everything. This gives you more control and just makes it more challenging. You know what I'm saying? I like that, man. I think I might leave mine on just to kind of give a more realistic feel to the game, you know. Safety is a lot like corner, but easier to make up plays in the run game. I don't like having to do back-to-back meters, but I have more completions in contested catches. You play safety in real life? See, I was a corner in real life. If it helps on the 50-50 jump ball, goal line situation, I might keep it in for those situations. And here's the deal, Sailor. I think it's one of them deals like, yeah, I get what you're saying with the back-to-back meters. I use the revamp pass, and I don't use the one where you got to direct where the ball going kind of deal. I think we'll get used to it. You know what I'm saying? It's a new mechanic. We had never seen it in the game like that. So I don't know. I'm gonna try it out. I think it's one of them deals. If I start the game with it and get used to it, we'll see. Anyway, that's where ratings come into play. Coverage works the same way. What does it all mean? It means the catch point now has more layers. Your timing matters. The receiver's ratings matter. The coverage matters. The catch type matters. Okay, so that's how you activate it, by pushing the catch type. So now this is important because really, like I don't ever use catch after run. Only time I'll push a certain catch type is when it's a jump ball. I'll push that one. Does that make sense, y'all? So now it's like, okay, you know, that's what it's really designed for. You can just let the AI catch it. Yeah, I know you can, but it's like, you know, like, wouldn't you want more control over it? Here's the deal. I hate whenever they drop a pass that I feel like they should catch. This is the answer to that. But at the same time, bro, it takes away the simulation element of it, if that makes sense. Added to the realism of the game, I love it. Yeah. It just gives you more control over it. It takes, you know what I'm saying? That's a lot of button pressing for me to wrap my mind around. Burns, I'm feeling like that too. Like, I get what y'all saying with that. Because I'm like, dang. But here's the deal, Burns, because most of the time we throw the ball to our receiver. That's what I was saying. I don't normally push a button for my receiver to catch it. Because you got the X for a possession catch, or triangle is a possession catch. Squares for the rack, the run after catch mechanic. And then I forgot what X is for. But I don't ever push any of them. The only one I always push is triangle, and that's only on like if it's a 50-50 ball. And they don't even do shit. But that would do something now. You see what I'm saying? So I don't know, man. Like I said, I just have to try it out. I've always used the buttons. I don't. I just throw to the receiver. Because when you go to your coach adjustments, I always put it on where they automatically go for the yards after catch mechanic. You can adjust that. You remember when you go to put it on conservative, aggressive, or balance? I always, I set it up to where my receivers go more for the yards after the catch. So it's kind of doing it in the background for you anyway. But like I said, this is more designed for us to get frustrated at them for missing balls that I feel like they should have caught or held on to. Shout out to all my DBs in the chat. Yes, sir. Oh, man, where you at? You outside of the U.S. and Canada? If you register for the beta in May, codes are being sent out. I don't remember when I registered for the beta. I don't even know if I did. I signed up for like the EA Play stuff. I'm a play tester. Like I got to play test the FIFA open world thing. So I did that last year. And they're going to put it in FIFA this year. I play tested that already. Last year. Brazil. Ooh, y'all got some baddies out there in Brazil, man. Dog, I know that's a tough place to live. Because it's meat everywhere. We're not trying to make every catch automatic. We're not trying to make ratings disappear. And we're not trying to turn the catching game into something that feels disconnected from football. We are trying to give you more ownership over one of the biggest moments in the game. When you make the right read, throw the ball. I get this, man, but I wouldn't want this on every single play. You know what I'm saying? We got the cake here. I bet y'all do. Shoot, Brazil? What? My goodness. Man, that's where literally BBL, Brazilian butt lifts, but they got it natural out there. Whew, let me calm down. Get back to this. Tackling improvements and the new tackle stick. Oh, they got a new tackle stick? What? The goal is to improve control, physicality, and tackle variety while making open field defense feel more responsive and authentic across the board. One of the biggest additions to tackling is the new tackle stick. The philosophy behind it was simple. As a user, you should never have to come off the right stick to make a tackle defensively. Oh, okay. So normally where you push like X to do a wrap tackle, because y'all was watching Bordeaux last night and he was pushing square. You could tell he was pushing square because his players was just diving and lunging. And y'all taught me that in the chat, I think on 25 to push X. That's where I learned it. So now you don't have to do that at all. Up or down is still the same. But now left is what square used to do, the lunge tackle. And right is what X used to do for the wrap tackle. Outside of the tackle stick itself, we also made major improvements to tackle behavior and physical interactions. Arm tackles now have improved wrap coverage against defenders who over pursue. Directional stiff arms now allow ball carriers to influence the type of stiff arm using the left stick, including decleats. What? Jabs and throw-bys? What? I gotta see that, man. I'm trying to see some country in the hills. Take me with you, Burns. Come pick me up in Texas on the way down south. It's pretty much the same if you've been trying to time the catch with the buttons. So nothing has changed for me. See, and that's what I'm talking about. Because I've used the buttons. And yeah, you have to time those jumps and stuff. So basically, in actuality, are they even really doing anything? You see what I'm saying? Does the meter actually do anything? Or is it still the same concept? So I think what's happened. Because here's the deal. Clutch, correct me if I'm wrong. When you push the buttons anyway, it's all timed. If you push it at the wrong time, it's going to lead to possibly an incompletion. So all they're doing is the same thing. They're just giving people a little bar to make them think that they're in more control of the catch when they're actually not. You actually just got back from San Antonio? Burns, I forgot you in Texas anyway, ain't you? You get rewarded for greening it? Okay, so they did add a little element. It's not just smoke and mirrors, if that makes sense. The timing is the same, but you know what I'm saying? I kind of feel like on the surface, it kind of feels like, oh, let's just put this little window here because they had to time it anyway before. 26, we had to time it. But they just saying, here, let's put a little window and make them think that they're actually doing something when it's essentially doing the same thing anyway. So basically, to me, what they're saying, are you from Kansas? I'm in Kansas, from Texas. That's what it was. So basically, I feel like what they were doing is saying like, okay, before, like in 26, you have to time it anyway. But what they're trying to say is let's put a window up here for these guys because what they fail to realize is you're missing the catches in 26 because you're not timing the button press right to catch the ball. And so they're giving you the option to basically put a window so you can see the timing window. And so you can see, okay, you're missing this catch because you're not timing the button press right. You in No Water, Corpus Christi? I'm in Texarkana. Might as well say Texarkana. More catches for better receivers, a little more differentiation from great and average players. I'm going to try it anyway. I'm going to try it. Directional stiff arms, hit power. High hit. Power defense, carry more momentum. Increased drive, in-air catch tackle interactions. I hope they took that damn hitting the back animation out the dang game. Formation shifts return. The process is simple. Choose your base play, toggle formation shifts, select an eligible formation with matching personnel, break the huddle, align the shifted formation before the snap. The key here is the personnel stays intact while presentation changes. Total pre-play control. Now I want to be clear about something. This is not us dumbing down football. This is not a one-button mode. This is definitely not some strategy pass system extra. The goal is opposite. We wanted to make advanced defensive football faster, cleaner, and more intuitive for players who really understand the game. Yes, there will be some muscle memory changes at first, but once you get comfortable with it, you're going to be significantly faster than before. I like that. Anything that makes that adjustment faster is awesome, as well as like the macros things. For example, on defense this year, holding left trigger brings up global coverage adjustment hub. From that single space, you can quickly, so they're giving us more options, kind of like what they did with the receiver routes. Before, it was just the left stick, right stick. Now there's the arrows. They're doing the same thing. They just added more stuff to it. So that's real cool. Weekly recap from Madden. I've noticed players react a lot better with tackle animations. So you can back. Let's just look at this. Dadgummit. We can see for ourselves instead of having to read it. So now the global coverage, back off and press. These are the ones we had before. Now we have this, the arrows. So now you can do conservative coverage, aggressive. Remember we read that? Ultra conservative and ultra aggressive. So it added this to the coverage global adjustments, which is really cool. Dang gum, that's cool. I'm going to definitely have to save that stuff for the coverage stuff because that's going to be important. Double team a receiver. At the point where speed and accessibility, all of this can happen without constantly entering and exiting different menus. I like that. When holding left trigger, the icon of the receivers come up, so you can also make adjustments around individual receivers. So the same thing, you use the left trigger and bring up that window, and then you can, for an individual receiver, put all of it right there. I like that, man. That is cool. All these features sound pretty good. However, this is EA. We have to see if the features actually translate and work in game. And that's the thing. Yeah, you correct on that. And then, guys, there's going to be some bumps. They're going to have to patch certain things. You know what I'm saying? So if you're playing the beta, give feedback, man. Don't just play it. Play it and enjoy it. But whatever you notice, please give them feedback. So you know what I'm saying? I like this. Matter of fact, I need to go back up to the top for the coverages, and so I can it wasn't plaster logic. Where was it at? Defensive alignment, smart zones. That's what it was. It was this. Give me a second, y'all. I'm making a notepad of this stuff. Okay. I'm making a note of that so I can come back to it. Because I want to understand that a lot more. You know what I'm saying? So. All right. Oh, did I scroll? No, I didn't scroll down too much. I didn't scroll down enough. Okay, there's where we was at. Tackling improvements. Total play control. We saw that. Custom adjustments. Build your answers. Now we're getting into the deepest strategy. The custom adjustments. This feature is built around one simple idea. If you know football, you should be able to play football faster. For years there, okay, that's what this is, okay? To create and share custom adjustments, and from there, nearly every offensive and defensive tool imaginable is at your fingertips. Fronts, coverage, leverages, behaviors. Bro, let's open this in a new tab. This is dope. So you can create an adjustment and you have up to 10 of them. All right, this is the macros thing, right? So general, what do you want to do on show blitz? Do you want to show blitz? And if so, linebacker, secondary, or both? Do you want coverage shading? Over the top, underneath, inside, outside? Do you want a route commit? Default inside, outside, you know? Do you want to guess the play? Run, pass? This is dope as hell, man. Saved adjustments. And then you also have benched adjustments. I wonder if they're going to talk about that. This is dope. Like, you can literally one button. So you can bring this up, and with one button press, you can show blitz, have him play underneath, commit to the inside run on a pass play. Like, that can get so in depth, y'all. You got to take off. All right, Sailor, appreciate you, man. Gonna do some Dynasty tonight to see where I can see any bugs with the NIL and stuff. The historic stats and team rankings is a nice touch. This is dope. I like that, man. Uh-oh, wrong thing. Let me click off of that. I don't even need that on there. You can create up to 20 custom adjustments on offense and 20 on defense, but you can only bring 10 active adjustments into a game. So this is important for game planning. So you can create up to 20. And then out of that 20, you can say, I want to use this one, this one, this one, and this one based off of who you're playing that week. Dog, there is so much depth. And like I said, guys, y'all, I'm telling you, you're going to see on social media, people are going to be talking, oh, nothing's changed. It looks just like 26. It plays just like blah, 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 blah. Because they're not, guys, and this is fine. Everybody's not a football head. They have, what Scott has done in the past 3 years, he's implemented real world football mechanics into these games. And I love it. I love it, dude. That's how it's supposed to be. So for people like myself who want to play the game more realistic, I can do that. And then like Kyle, you talk about, is open world in the game? No. Like Kyle, you talked about some of your family don't know football. The game is also structured to where they can play it in a simplified way. You know, it's almost like OOTP baseball from PC, except playable instead of a simulator. Okay, so that's cool. So there is real game planning involved in deciding which looks and answers you want available on game day. And once you are in game, everything is built around speed. At the play call screen, simply holding the corresponding play button, hold the corresponding play button, and your custom adjustments appear at the top of the menu above your stunts and twists. And yes, stunts and twists are still there and can be layered into your setup as well. That's cool. That's cool. So I don't know what do you do? What's macro O? Okay, so man, but are they gonna have all of them there? You can scroll down. Okay, they would. You would have all your macros there. That's cool, man. Yeah, I agree. They can't make the game look much different. AI already as good as it is for. Yeah, the graphics are what they are. They can change the lighting and the way textures look and appear, but is graphically, man, this is what we got. And it looks good. I hope they got rid of the unrealistic pass breakup animations from the last 2 years. I know, man, the hitting the back thing where they banana backwards, like I hated that. Then once you get to the line of scrimmage, changing your look becomes even faster. Tap LB or L1, which now serves as your custom adjustments button for both offense and defense. Hit the corresponding button and boom, your entire setup is applied instantly. Bro, remember what I told y'all? And this is true to coaching. So like, let's say I'm lining up in our base defense. Slide, Mike, Sam, stab, cover cowboy. We break the huddle. The linebacker tells the defense that they're lined up in that. Your adjustment is if they come out in trips, hey, or let's say they're in doubles. Hey, buzz, 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 buzz. That's our one word check to tell our corners and safeties to play match coverage. Or I may simply just say palms, palms, palms. Okay? Palms, palms, palms. Buzz, buzz, buzz. One word tells multiple people different things to do. They motion the trips. Rose, rose, or rain, rain, rain. Rose, rose, rose. One of those two words tells rain and rose has different responsibilities for the bandit and the safety and stuff like that. But essentially, it's our trips check. That's what this is. You're going to come out in your base defense and you don't know what they're lined up in. You see the personnel, 2 tight ends, 3 wide receivers, whatever, 21 personnel, 12 personnel. Once they come out in the formation and you see what they're lined up in, now you make your checks. That's what this is. This is your checks. Buzz, buzz, buzz. They're in trips, 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 trips. Buzz, 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 buzz. Well, I wouldn't run buzz and trips. I'd run rose or rain. Rain, rain, rain. That's our trips check, trips bunch check, whatever. Rhino, rhino. And then they line up and it adjusts what they do, what we do on the defense. That is so freaking cool, man. A football game where I could play all I learned from playing football and studying the game and having close to real life adjustments and yes, dog. And you know what's crazy? Oak Cliff, Texas. Shout out because I was born in Oak Cliff. All right. What's cool about that is y'all on the channel, I made all those gameplay things. This brings all of that to life. Y'all remember we did the playbook series for 25 with the defense and offense, talking about the playbooks and all. I'm going to do a new series for 27 because this brings all of that to life. This brings all of that to life. I'm starting that today. I'm starting that today. We did that on the channel, the playbook series. Dude, where is it at? The film room, that's one of them. Right here, the college playbook series. Y'all remember this one? 2 years ago, y'all. 1 year ago. Air raid offensive breakdown. By the way, go check that out. I'll have to update this stuff because the game is going to allow us to do more stuff and do more things. This is going to be fun. Oh, G's here? Really? This is going to be fun. This is football, man. So, y'all, I know I want to do like an actual gameplay deal. OG, if OG in the chat, what's up, OG? Drop a high for everybody or whatever. But dog, this is football. And I really want to do some videos talking about this stuff because it's going to matter even more this year with the way that the game is structured. That's so cool. Like, I'm sitting here as a coach looking at all of this and I'm saying, bro, I actually get to play real football. Real football mechanics and stuff are in the game. I don't know where Wilson at. Probably eating liver mush. Not like the originals from years ago. Exactly, man. Try to juke and whether you slipping. That was they did that in NCAA 13 and 14 actually too. In the older games where it would rain, you'd slip, and in the snow, they did it in the older Maddens. I didn't notice it in 26 and 25 though. So if they got it now, that's awesome. Okay, even if you never create a custom setup yourself, there are preset macro adjustments ready to use immediately. On defense, things like quarterback scramble, play short routes, and no deep. Bro, they thought of everything. So for the people like myself, coaches, ex-college players who know the X's and O's, I can get as detailed as possible. But if somebody wants to keep it simple, they thought about them too, y'all. This is so freaking dope. From the pre-Kakarot days. Macros, that is huge, dog. That's huge. Somebody outside knocking, but they ain't getting in because I'm recording. Actually, y'all hold on real quick. Let me see who at this door. Might be FedEx. All right, y'all. My bad. That was FedEx. So for the donut shop, I got these phones coming in, and I had to sign for it. That's why he kept knocking. I'm glad I went ahead and went because if I didn't, then that would have got sent back, and that would have been a problem. Whew, shoot, I'm out of breath. Keep on knocking, but you can't come in. Now I had to let them in. Did I see your last comment? I didn't, Kyle. What'd you say? No, I said some of my family aren't gamers. Oh, okay. Well, same thing though. If they aren't gamers and they play it, the game makes it simple for them if they need to. Whew, shoot. So this is dope. And man, I'm gonna do a regular video today where I simply talk about the depth of this because y'all, as I look on Twitter, I just see people. Scott just tweeted too. He said, one more thing to remember, custom adjustments are 100% unaffected by home field advantage. No matter the venue. Hold on, let me open it up. Because this is important to note. No matter the venue, your adjustments perform exactly as intended. Stay locked in. That's so cool, man. That's so cool. And so what he said is like your adjustments right here, guys, they're not tied. They're not affected by home field advantage. So you see that right there, it's just your automatic checks, which is cool because, and here's the deal. You might say, okay, DM, why not? Uh-oh. You might say, DM, why aren't they? Shouldn't they be because you can't hear? No, they shouldn't be. Let me close this out. I don't need that no more. Let's leave that up. Okay, so this right here, okay? Custom adjustments. This is the general ones, but it's fine. I like that. Bring the house, fake pressure, play inside runs, outside runs. This is so cool. But anyway, the reason it works is because, guys, if you've played football, you know the clutch meter is worth it. Absolutely. So you know that, for example, I may yell out buzz, 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 or rain to the trips check. But guys, my players already know if they come out in a formation and they come out like this, they're lined up in trips or whatever. If they have trips, they already know to make that check. They already know that. So that's what coach adjusts. That's what those adjustments are. You know what I'm saying? Your players on the field are already going to know that. Quarterback, coach on the sideline shouldn't have to tell them, hey, if they come out in trips, we need to shift to this. You tell them that in practice and you teach that in practice. Hey, my base defense or defensive coverage is buzz, buzz, buzz. It's buzz. It's our palms coverage. That's our base. Okay. Now, if you get trips, then you need to check the rain or you need to check to this. You need to check to that. You see what I'm saying? So they already know that. I'm going to still be yelling it from the sidelines. But what happened? My second year with my secondary guys, I don't have to yell it no more. They're yelling it. Why? Because they're used to the system. They're used to that and they know that now. You see what I'm saying? So now they know rain, 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 you know? And we always tell them echo it, just to make sure that communication is there. What's up, coach? So that's what that is. And that's so dope. Offensive things like go vertical, slant mesh, out, smart routes, comebacks, double moves, zigs. Oh, that's so cool. This is cool too, offensively, because you literally have concepts. Coach Todd Ledford, he's the AD, athletic director here at Hooks now. I worked with him when I started there. He was the offensive coordinator. He has certain pass concepts that are one words, like Nike or satellite or something like that. And they may come out in one thing and he may make an offensive check. Nike, you know, do a little hand sign or something like that. Especially, hey guys, this is really good in no huddle situations. If you run a no huddle offense, I might come out in trips. I may have a certain play pick, but then I can do an adjustment to where instead of changing the play, say I have to audible the play to run all verts or all goes. Now I can just do a custom adjustment to instead of going to each individual receiver and making them all run go routes. Now I can just custom adjustment all goes. You know what I'm saying? Explain this image that's on the screen right now. That's what this is. So it looks like they have trips over here to the right and then a single receiver. So this is your trips formation because you have what, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No, they got doubles over here because it's 12. 3, you got 6 here, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So they're in doubles. They got 2 receivers on this side of the field, 1 on this side of the field. Okay. So whatever formation this is, they come out and you're gonna pick a play. Let's say I picked inside zone on this play. Okay. So I'm gonna run inside zone right here, a run play. Okay. I come out in this formation, I could change it. Instead of me going to an audible and picking a specific play, this allows me to pick specific concepts. You see what I'm saying? Dang, you missed me, Burn. Is that Wilson? Did he change his name? Tell me this boy ain't changed his name. Okay, so this allows me to choose different concepts. So now, instead of me audible into a pass, I mean, I guess you would have to possibly be on a pass play. I'm not really sure. I would assume that you would have to be on a pass play because you can't really run verticals and stuff. I would have to see this in game. My guess is that this would have to be generally on a pass play. If not, that's cool that I can come out in a run play and I can literally just change all the concepts at the same time. What's up, Wilson, man? Burns was asking about you. I think he did miss you a little bit. We missed you. Yeah, Wilson. Hey, it's a lot. It's an official live stream now that Wilson then showed up, y'all. So now, okay, let's say I'm in a pass play. I come out and I'm running it's just random. Let's say this single receiver right here. Let's say he's running a post. Let's say he's running a drag. Let's say he's running a go route. Okay, I know huddle. I like to run no huddle. So they're going to get back to the line of scrimmage. I could pick the exact same play, but now I see how they're lined up. Okay. And I notice how they played the last play. Now I can bring up my custom adjustments and hey, let's say I push X. Now, instead of me having to go and find a play for all of them to run go routes, because guess what? You might not have that playbook. You might not have that play in your playbook because some playbooks don't. And so then I would have to literally put each individual receiver on a go route, which is going to take time because this is made to speed things up. Okay. OG just liked my comment, said I'm live now talking about this stuff. So instead of me having to go to each individual receiver and hot route them to run a go route, I push L1. This comes up. I push X. Now they're all running go routes. You see what I'm saying? Or slants. Bam. I push that. Slant, slant, slant. As an equipment disciple, you've been tripping on Twitter, bro. I never said it didn't matter. It was just annoying as hell how some people was going about it. Does that make sense? Because here's the deal with the equipment stuff. Since they brought it up, I never even noticed it. But now I notice it. And I'm glad that they changed it because if they didn't, I would have been like, dang, that looks terrible. The annoying part was just like what made it annoying, Wilson, was after equipment dude said, I got y'all this year, some people were still complaining. You see what I'm saying? That's what was annoying. But I appreciate what they've done I appreciate what they've done for the community. But the process has been annoying because that's only college football wise, that's the only thing I've seen on my feed. But it got results. And I really mean that from the bottom of my heart when I say good job, y'all. I'm not an equipment guy like that. I like equipment, don't get me wrong. This is what get my coaching whistle hard. This stuff. You see what I'm saying? This is what I like. And presentation. I would love a halftime show and stuff like that. But y'all got it done, and I like it. I'm gonna use the hell out of the equipment stuff. You know what I'm saying? But the annoying part was like you had people that would just continually complain, and talk shit about the devs when the dude literally told them, "Hey, I got y'all this year." You know what I'm saying? That's the part that was annoying. But I appreciate the work that y'all did. Continue to do that. And heck, let's open this up into different avenues. This is the stuff that I like. This is the stuff that I like to see. So, you know what I'm saying? But to reiterate that, kindness, if I was to push slants, it would just put all of them on slants instead of me having to individually go and put them on slants. It makes it faster. Double moves, guess what? Everybody gonna run a double move concept. Outside comebacks, boom, comeback, boom, comeback. I don't even know if he'd run a comeback because technically a comeback, you break it to the outside. Inside is going to be a curl. Smart route all, for example. Smart route, if it's 10 yards to the first down, that smart route is going to carry them to that first down marker. You see what I'm saying? This is going to be fun to look at offensively as well. He said this was important to us, this feature for everybody. New players can use preset macros. Core football fans can finally get their answers quickly, and high-level players can build full custom systems around their identity. Now with all of the motions, hot routes, and adjustments players love to use, we also had to make sure the system stayed balanced and authentic to real football. Because of that, once an adjustment is made, players must get set at the line of scrimmage before another adjustment can be applied. You cannot endlessly stack adjustments while players are still moving around pre-play. On the other hand, no different than using a hand signal to go to a concept in a hostile environment, these custom adjustments are not impacted by home field advantage. Remember what I just told y'all about the Nike, satellite? What'd I tell you? That offensive coordinator, Todd Ledford, great guy, love him to death. They would use hand signals to signal that. He wouldn't be yelling Nike. He would use a hand signal. And all the receivers would know, I need to change my concept. You know what I'm saying? They would all run whatever routes pertain to Nike. I don't want to say because there might be some other coaches on here that play them to understand that. So anyway, but they would all check to that. You see what I'm saying? So that is so cool, man. And honestly, one of the coolest parts of development has been watching players already recreate both historic and present day defenses through this system. This is exactly what we hope for this feature would become. Time to get back on the field. Bro, so let me tweet out because I'm going to take a pause here for a second. This is dope. I'm just tweeting real quick. I told Scott, I said, y'all cooked with the real football concepts. A lot of people just looking. This is dope, dog. That's dope. So I said, Scott, I told him, I said, y'all cooked with real football concepts. A lot of people just looking at the graphics or equipment or front end things are missing the true depth that are here that real coaches like myself actually teach and implement. And that's true, man. That is true. This is so freaking cool. And that was just gameplay. So presentation, I don't think there's much for presentation. I know they got a different little broadcast team. Some people are upset because the score bug is the same. Who gives a shit? Like, I like a good score bug. I really wish that in college we would have got different presentation teams, but the commentary, dude, if the commentary tells a story and it builds and it actually talks about what's going on the field, I like that. It needs to be immersive in that way. Sights and sounds, they got more celebrations. The pageantry is deeper. Y'all know this stuff. More traditions, more mascots. Hopefully they got my boy Quandre's Old Dominion mascot in the game, because he asked for that all year last year and I don't think they ever did it. Nothing wrong with the score bug. I don't have an issue with it, but some people want everything to be new. And nothing wrong with that either. I just like, bro, this, you don't really, how long do you actually pay attention to the score bug? I'm not saying pay attention to the information that's there, but how it looks. Like I liked it at first and then I never thought about how it actually looked after that, New traditions, mascot light shows, drone shows, chants, rivalries. They just added more stuff to it, man, to make their programs like your programs. And they did do a lot of the smaller programs because, in 26, they took care, 25, 26, they focused on the bigger programs. Now they're just moving things down to the smaller programs, if that makes sense. Boise State skulls and stuff. You got Vanderbilt's guitar solo, Missouri State's belt, the 305 belt, Eastern Michigan. The Baylor line is in the game? That's pretty cool. Student section helps run the show. Dog, that's pretty cool right there, man. That Ohio State thing right there, that looks cool. Over 90 new and revamped team chants added. New mascots, Indiana. We also added 35 plus new mascots coming for you to enjoy for the worldwide launch, with more on the way. So like I said, I hope they put Old Dominion's mascot in the game for my boy Quadre. The tradition flows to the main menu as well. Check out the awesome new menu. I like this. I like the new menu. Based off of your favorite team, it has a little football thing, the helmets, Howard's Rock. I like that. It's dynamic. This is a dynamic menu. The beta has a watermark. They all do. The student section was a dope addition. Yeah, I like this menu better, man. That's a better menu to me. It's a little more dynamic, man. The other one is real stagnant. All right, it's in the details. Headsets on the coaches. Somebody always asked about that. Like me, it's crazy. I never, but it's there. They show it. It's cool. I accept it. New coach models. I'm interested for that. Over 55 schools have updated run out pyros. That's the fireworks and stuff. 32 schools have new run out band tunnels, the formations in which the band stands. Run out props, crowd excitement animations, new crowd stripe bibs, cheer sidelines. They just added a bunch of stuff in game that's really, really cool. That's going to give more life to the programs that y'all love to see. Rivalries are different. Not every game should carry the same energy. Rivalry games should feel heavier. The whole day should carry a little more attention. That was the mindset behind our rivalry enhancements in College Football 27. When you're in one of those big time games, the feeling and presentation you experience should acknowledge it. More chippy animations, commentary stories, and rivalry trophies added for the big game. Never miss a moment in Road to Glory. A real great improvement in Road to Glory this year is a new presentation style that allows you to watch the game from the sideline while you're waiting to get in. Guys, if you didn't think that they listen to y'all, they listen to y'all, because I've had so many people on videos ask about headsets, of course, the leg sleeves and stuff, and coach mode, and this right here. I actually like this too. Now, one thing that I talked about, if they ever did a coach Road to Glory mode, was that, like, say I'm the defensive coordinator, while the offense is on the field, this can be on the screen for the Super Sim thing, and I'm on the defense. I'm over there talking with the defense, making adjustments and stuff like that. I think that'd be cool. What'd you think about the dynasty depth this year? It's a lot. It is a lot, Wilson. It's a lot. It's gonna take some time to get used to, but it's gonna, man. It's immersive. Because I approach the game from like an actual coach, because I do coach, So it's like, to me, it's immersive. I got my checks, I got my audibles, I got, that stuff is so freaking cool, dude. I'm excited for it. For example, you're the starting quarterback for Tennessee. You first start in the run out tunnel, let the perspective of the player run out onto the field, experiencing all the pantry traditions and fandom all around you. Once you run out is complete, you're on the sideline until you're put into the game. Watch your defense make the stop. You have the controls where you can move the camera and zoom into the action. No more walking off the field and not knowing what's going on. If you make that big end of game drive to get the field goal range for the win, now you run over to the sidelines, watch your kicker make the game winner, and celebrate the right way. Guys, this was a, you used to could do this in older games. They just brought it back, and it's fine. Team upgrades. We now have some brand new stadiums in the game this year. Northwestern and Gillette Stadium. We can't wait for you to see all the stadium improvements this year. You might want to go check out some of these schools: Eastern Michigan, Missouri, Memphis, Boise State, because they added to their stadium. So that's cool. Ryan Field is here. We have a treat for you, Northwestern fans. Get ready for your season opener. Oh, they got the video for it. Oh, it's just screenshots. But that's still cool. They got Northwestern's new stadium in there. Capacity is 35,000. That's crazy because that looks like a much bigger stadium than 35,000. That's a nice stadium, dude. That is nice. No more overnight success with dynasties. And that's what I'm happy about, because you know what? They told us on 26 that it wasn't going to be 25 even. They said it's not going to be easy to win with a smaller program. And it was. It was. DM, if you have a quarterback that's fast, they can read the end wrong on option and still make a miss. Oh, bro. I love that. Because, dude, the animations would make it. If you read the end wrong, it was a tackle every time for the most part. On Dynasty with the small school thing, especially as a coordinator. Yes, dude. Oh, man, y'all, this is so dope. So, like, this is what I told y'all. Remember in 25, even last year, I told y'all, when they talk about a game, they're talking about the overall vision. We're starting to see all of the vision come together in 27. Everything that they talk, because I even said it. It's some stuff they said this last year. They said that last year. And it's true, they did. And they implemented it, but they're adding to it. That's so cool, though. Celebrating the best of the best. You got the Heisman Trophy ceremony. I saw a video of it. That's pretty damn cool, y'all. That's pretty damn cool. I thought it'd be kind of simple like it used to be. Nah, that Heisman presentation thing is pretty cool, man. The finalists, they show them with the poses like that. That was cool to see. One thing that I think EA needs to improve on is the face models. Like, the players, when they show their faces and stuff, they still make these dumbass facial expressions that don't make sense. You know, I feel like they need to improve on that. But other than that, like, it's there. Oh, shoot, I might not have to. Hold on. Well, I still get the beta. They just sent me an email. A play test. Kickoff is almost here. Check out the details below to get geared up and ready to hit the field. Play test dates are June today from 12 p.m. Eastern, which has already started, through June 8th at 11 a.m. That's Monday. Any violation of our pre-release. Oh, I'm finna do that. Your PlayStation 5 code is only valid for your They sent me a playtest code. Yes, sir, man. Let's go. Let's go. Matter of fact, let's go. I'm finna download that now. Where my controller at? They sent me a playtest code, which I signed up for the EA playtest. And they sent me the code. So I'm going to still get the MVP Plus thing. But I got the playtest. So, I essentially get the beta. That's what it is. So no recording. Okay, so that answers my question about earlier about me recording and then releasing it when the game comes out. No streaming, no discussing playtest in public. No screen grabs, no sharing of email content, no mentioning of EA Sports College Football 27 closed beta. Wow. I mean, it's essentially the beta. That's what it is. I just got a code for it. I didn't have to pay that $150. You got the same one you was hyped? So what they mean, no talking about it. I mean, so you can't give your thoughts on the beta? Well, anyway, thank you, EA Sports, for choosing me in the playtest. I appreciate that. That means a lot. I'm gonna honor these rules. No mentioning of EA Sports College Football closed beta, so I guess I can't talk to y'all about the beta. I don't know. That one is weird. I'm gonna ask Scott about that. Send in the comments, boy, you crazy. If your quarterback can spin it, you definitely can tell. I got the email for the beta. Yeah, man. Let's go. Let's go. And here's the deal, because no, this is different because the beta lasts until the 7th that you get with the EA Play stuff. This one lasts until the 8th. And for me, would be 10 o'clock in the morning on Monday. Well, it's essentially about the same time. It ain't too much longer. But anyway, back to it. New gear on the way, guys. So they added some gear and they're going to add more gear. I wish they would do a little bit more depth stuff with practice. The new broadcast package. When I first saw this, I did see this. Somebody posted this. I was like, heck yeah, we did. But then after reading it, it's just new overlays and stuff like that. Same stuff they do every year. They always kind of change it up a little bit. I'm interested to hear the commentary. Visuals help tell a story. We added more ways for the game to build and revisit storylines in the course of the matchup. That includes systems like drive starters that help set up story. See, this is the stuff that I like because I like to read through these like I'm actually doing commentating the game and all that kind of stuff. So that's pretty cool. The beta is under NDA. Yeah, the email is for the beta. I think it's more about posting clips of gameplay and stuff. Am I streaming Summer Games Fest? Nah. After I'm done with this, I'm finna download the beta and get to work, man. Get to work, trying to see what needs to be improved and seeing what works well and getting used to the game. Drive starters, that's real cool, such as comparing quarterbacks, running backs, or even a wide receiver cornerback matchup. Picture-in-picture information panel that supports commentary beats. Native callback later in the game, that's cool. Halftime around the country updates and game day updates that help reinforce what has mattered so far. I wish they would do an actual one like they did in 14 with the cutaway and stuff. Fourth quarter presentation moments that bring earlier storylines back into the focus. This is going to be fun. I like this kind of stuff in games. Okay, so they kind of do. A little studio update right here around the country. Texas and Ole Miss and Pittsburgh. That's kind of cool, man. New voices, more texture. Holly Rowe joins as a sideline reporter. She's doing what Aaron Andrews used to do. What's good, Lonnie? I've been wanting to feature that you watch the game when your player isn't on the field. Yeah, Colin, it's in the game, dog. If you want to see gameplay, QJB dropped a video. I'm finna play the game after I get off of this. I got a beta code. Adding sideline reporting gave us another way to make the broadcast feel more complete and more true to the shape of real college football telecast. It opens the door for game updates. Look at that. And observations that don't always fit naturally into booth commentary while also helping important development in land. This is cool. I like that. That includes updates tied to injuries, changing weather, player performance, and game flow and momentum. That's what Andrews did for us in 14, y'all, which is great. Lonnie, you know that's Wilson, right? He just changed his name again. How do I feel about the new coach mode? I like it. I'm going to still play a regular Dynasty, but I'm definitely going to have one to where I'm like in the eyes of the coach just to create that realism. You know what I'm saying? Joe Klatt joins the broadcast team because Herbstreit didn't do it. I wonder why he didn't do it this year. It's going to be weird playing a college football game without Herbstreit. It was already weird playing one without Lee Corso. But Herbstreit and Fowler, man, Klatt's good too. I like him too. So it's going to be refreshing. But, man. I'm only try the road to glory. I just want to do Dynasty when it's released. Oak Cliff, I would advise, brother man, getting used to Dynasty a little bit. You know what I'm saying? That way it ain't such a shock once the game drop. Because it's a lot of work and mechanics in Dynasty mode. The halftime thing seemed to me to stutter a lot. It's a beta. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure they'll clean it up. Commentary that pays attention. You will hear that in the way of the game, how the game handles. So that meant improving contextual awareness and creating stronger links between commentary and the presentation system around it. We wanted lines to feel more connected to the stage. I hope the commentary sounds better this year too. Yeah, Kirk ain't in the game this year, man. Kirk is not in the game. Context awareness commentary, seasonal performance awareness, refresh team specific banner storylines, follow up references later in the games. I like stuff like that. Tighter alignment between visuals and commentary, and stronger player and team storylines. It's not about forcing more lines into every moment, it's about making the right moment feel noticed. Dynamic weather, letting the game change you. Rain in the first quarter can turn into a miserable fourth quarter. Snow can pile up. The field can start to look worn down. That's cool. So the grass field is actually, yes, that is cool. Because that wasn't in the game before. The crowd feels different. Plays start to feel different too. Those shifts are apart. That's cool, man. Weather evolves throughout the game. That includes rain and snow intensifying over time, conditions evolving play by play, stronger visual representation of precipitation. That means water collecting on the field. A more noticeable effect on the overall feel of the game. Gameplay effect. This is so cool. Visual impacts and field wear. So the fields are going to start to look, if you play on a grass field, it's going to look like a football game was played on it. And you know, grass fields are a lot better now these days, but y'all get what I'm saying. Jerseys and stuff are going to start getting dirty and all that kind of good stuff, which I think it already did if you played on grass anyway. So, but that's cool. Which SMU got grass now on their home field, which I don't know why they playing Alabama, but we wanted the game conditions to feel earned. If you're deep into a messy physical game, the field and players should look like they have been in one. I wish they had at press conferences. I do too, man. I feel like presentation-wise, like I like what they have here, what they're talking about, but I feel like, especially considering what they've done with Madden, I feel like they could have did a lot more with presentation. And I thought this was going to be a year for that, but music makes you lose control. They got new music in there. Customize your crowds. This was cool because now you can actually select the crowd thing. Before, the game kind of did it based off of the type of game you was playing. Now you can manually select that, and I think that's so awesome. That is so awesome. That looks, I don't like the way that looks. That looks terrible. It ain't a player. That doesn't look like a real life player. That looks like a video game player. This one does look more like a real life player. Maybe because of the stance, but that looks, that the shoulder pads look too rounded. I don't know. That don't look good to me. But I don't care about still images. The touchdown graphics are really good. Reminds me of NCAA 14, but better. See, that's the stuff that I do like. You know, and that's what they talking about with presentation. So I do like the things that they've done with presentation. I just wish they had done more. Like a pregame show would be dope. A postgame wrap-up show would be so dope. A playoff selection show would be dope, you know? But, you know, that's stuff they can add in the future. Another way to customize your own presentation experiences with the all-new modular camera settings. You can now make your own gameplay camera package with over 16 options. Want to change your pre-play cameras, your drop-back snap camera, or into your handoff or a pass in the air? Now you can in the options menu. Make sure to set your offensive and defensive camera preset to modular for them to take effect. This is big because I like, for example, I like to have that up close view. Y'all know the closest view. But like if I'm doing a pass play, if you're doing a pass play, it sucks because the camera sucks. But you like how the stadium and being up close looks, but you wish that when they snap the ball, the camera would go to the pass camera. Now you can do that kinds of things. You see what I'm saying? So I'm going to definitely play around with this and set mines up. You see here they have Dynasty bottom line ticker. You can adjust that. Coach tips, cameras, passing cam, on or off. They have it set to modular. I wish they actually showed what the settings were for that, but they don't. So you can go into there and see it. They don't even tell you the settings, so you just have to play with it. But you can set it to offensively and defense, so that's real cool. More like Saturdays, they're just talking about more of the pageantry and stuff like that. Mascot mashup, I'm not gonna look at that. Dynasty, good God. Good God. This is a lot. This is a lot. We're not going to read through all this because we pretty much know what's going on with Dynasty. Hanging mouthpieces in the game. 138 ways to build. It's just talking about the blueprint, man. You're going to build your teams different. Athletic director expectations. We saw this recently with Ohio State. Year after year, the program consistently fielded elite teams, won at a high level, competed for Big Ten championships, produced NFL talent, and remained in the national title conversation by nearly every measurable standard. It was one of the most successful programs in the country. But there was one expectation that continued to loom large, beating Michigan. Despite all of the success. And then, guys, the athletic director things, that's back, like I told y'all in the other video, similar to what they had in 13 and 14. Where you had those contract goals where it was like beat your rival or recruit so many 3-stars or 4-stars. This is the same thing. It's more in depth, yes, but it's the same concept. And you know, so come and read that at your leisure. But that's essentially what it is. So, you know, before right here on your contract, it would only say make X amount of playoff appearances or win X amount of games. That's all it would say. This is taking what was in 13 and 14 and bringing it back. So now it's more detailed. For this, for example, make the national championship in the next 7 seasons. Okay. Beat Michigan by 3 points. Be ranked in the top 5 at the end of the regular season. This is, y'all, we had this in NCAA 13 and 14. I'm glad we got it back. So that's what that is. School demeanor. Every school has a demeanor, different defined demeanor that dictates how it responds to success and failure. Patient programs are willing to allow. So basically, if it's a program that's not used to winning, you're going to have more relaxed, more lenient goals. But like your bigger time programs, you're going to have to get it done. You're going to have to get it done. Program priorities. Alongside demeanor, every school has a set of priorities that define what matters most to that program. Some schools are heavily focused on winning, with expectations tied to conference championships, playoff appearances, etc. Others prioritize recruiting, whether that means signing elite talent, controlling their home state. So you might have a thing to say, hey, you need to sign X amount of players from Texas. That could be a goal. So it just makes it more dynamic. Every school is going to be different. It's not going to be like it was in 26 and 25, where it's basically win X amount of games or make a playoff appearance for your bigger schools. You see what I'm saying? Goals and evaluations. Basically, that's self-explanatory, guys. You got goals, and they're going to evaluate it. Some of the goals are short-term, end of the season kind of deal. Some of them are long-term, like we saw up here. This is that first one. Where is it at? This one, that's a 7-year goal. You know what I'm saying? Make the national championship within the next 7 seasons. That's a long-term goal. This is a long-term goal. Beat Michigan is a short-term goal. That's what they're talking about with that. Evolving expectations, just basically saying as your team grows and gets better and improves, then James Franklin at Virginia Tech, he sure is. He left Penn State. What that basically means, guys, is if you're winning, then your things are gonna change along with how your program is doing, good or bad. So their demeanor is balanced. Passing or failing goals affects your job security. So you see here, win a bowl game in the next 7 seasons. Beat Virginia, that's your short term. Win 50% of your conference games this season, that's another short term. And then it changes. They still kept beat Virginia because this was what, See, this was for 26. Why did it do that? Let's just close out of that, get back on there. This is for 26, the 26 season. Or the 2027 season. Beat Virginia was still there. Bowl games, blah, blah, blah. Win 50. The next year, it changed. You still got to beat Virginia. Why? Because that's a rivalry game. They want to win that every year. Give up fewer than 270 yards in any one game. They went 9-4 that year. Made a bowl game. Have at least 400 yards of offense in any one game. See, they're changing. Now they went 11-3. So guess what? The goal is going to increase. Beat Virginia by 7 points. Win 75% of your conference games. Be ranked in the top 15 at any point in the season. See? And then, I don't know, is it another one? Yes. So now they went 12-3. They got even better. And they won the conference. So now, still beat Virginia. But now win a conference title this season. Why? Because you won it last season. Now that expectation is set. Be ranked in the top 15. Now they went 14-2. Now they made a playoff game appearance and won. Actually, they went 2 rounds deep in the playoffs. And they won the conference title. So now look, still beat Virginia. Finish the season with a school career win rate of 50% and win a conference title this season. So it just increases the better you do as a program. But here's one thing that I like. Notice how they didn't just jump straight to after the. Oh, no, it is some more. Yeah, it is some more. Oh, okay. So the next one. Average at least 30 points. See, now they made the college football playoffs, which I thought that's what those were. Unless they made it to the finals. Those aren't bowl games because you got the Orange Bowl right there and you got the Cotton Bowl. And you got the Verbo in that. So that might be like the final round because they went 15-1. They probably made it to the national championship. Yeah. See, the expectation changed. Now they're a national title contender. See right here, they won a conference. That was already done. And they made it to the first round of the playoffs. So now you're expected to do that. Expectation, conference contender. Why? Because you won or you made it to the conference championship. You won it. If it's right there, that means they won it. Now you won a playoff game last year. You won it the year after. So now the expectation changed to playoff hopeful. Then you made it to the finals. Now a playoff contender. And now you've won it again. You've won the college football playoffs. Now, hey, you're a national title contender. And they expect that to continue on. So I like the Dynasty Blueprint, man. Athletic director expectations define what success looks like. That's so dope. This is another menu here of managing staff. And man, Bordeaux, to me, he just all over the place last night on his live stream. I had to stop watching it because it was just like, bro, what the hell? He shows he's more of a sim guy. I think he would use coach mode more because he don't really play. He has his thing and he does it very well, but I don't know, man. I would like to. I think my goal. Never mind. I can't tell y'all my goal because once you say it, then your mind is complete, and I don't want to do that. Let's be consistent, guys. Here, managing staff. You have your staff. You're allocated so many points. Your NIL points and stuff like this. Your NIL points, and then you have your staff points. I think that's that's your skill points right there. NIL dynasty points budget. That's basically what it is, and NIL comes out of that budget as well, and it's difficult to manage. This right here, guys, the on-field stuff is going to matter too, but the background stuff like this is what's going to make building a small program very, very difficult, and I'm all for it. Managing staff. Okay, and they give you suggestions. Your staff should make up 23% of your budget. Facilities should make up 10%. You're recruiting 20% and your roster, maintaining your roster, 30%. So, and it tells you what they're at. So their staff 20%, they're above that. Facilities 10%, they're 30%, they're 20% above. So they're already kind of hurting themselves, you know. So you see the support staff reduce NIL expectations minus 15%, and then dynasty point increase plus 250. So that's always cool. And then you have your week here. I'm assuming you have like checkups here. That's what this stuff is. That's their meetings, NIL, recruiting, and stuff like that. Just different goals right there. That's cool. Managed facilities, recruiting, NIL. So dynasty points, and that's it's self-explanatory, man. It's self-explanatory. Conference prestige, A+, points earned. So you earn points through all of these things, which is really cool. Brand exposure, the larger the brand, the more you earn. Okay? And it gives you the max. Now, I wonder, can you increase this max? So, you know, they talked about the coaching skill trees being the same, but I would be surprised. I think some of them are going to have some things that are going to increase. So, like Rainmaker. I think Rainmaker, I haven't seen it. I'm speculating based off of the name, that it's going to make it to where you get increased budget. You see what I'm saying? Brand exposure, stadium atmosphere, program tradition, miscellaneous, extra budget from coach abilities. So, yeah, answer my question right there. So there, you are going to be able to increase this stuff through some of the coach abilities. Support staff and NIL already offered to recruits complete contract goals. That's real cool, dude. And all that's going to make up your budget. What schools are looking to rebuild this year? I don't know, man. I don't know. How do stadium upgrades work? I hadn't got there yet. Stadium upgrades, that's going to be a separate thing. I don't think you could take an in-game team and improve their stadium. What you're going to be able to do is with your team builder school, you're going to be able to every year you're going to be able to edit your uniforms, your stadium, or whatever through Team Builder, as opposed to like once you upload that team, everything is set. You can't change anything. You'd have to put in a whole new team. What they're allowing you to do this year with your Team Builder teams is edit your stadiums, your jerseys, edit the entire team every year without having to upload a whole new team and recreate and all that kind of stuff. I haven't did Road to Glory. I appreciate that too. I'm trying to get through this because it's a lot and I've already been streaming for a long time. Managing your blueprint throughout the year. That's what this little beam down there is. Preseason. This is the preseason right there. That's your regular season. That's your postseason. Bowl season, off season. During the regular season, your blueprint shifts toward roster building. You can continue investing in equipment while using recruiting NIL to compete for high school prospects through the season. Your bowl season is all about the coach carousel, which is really cool. Off season is where the next version of your blueprint takes shape. Coaching staff and Dynasty Blueprint coaching staff is one of the 3 major areas. So they have support staff. Support staff represents unsung heroes of college football. They are the graduate assistants. Wow. So we actually have some. What? We got more than just an AD, offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator? I'm going to get to it. I'm going to go through all of that essentially. I'm just kind of skimming through because a lot of this stuff we already know what it is. Just kind of pointing out the major stuff now. Support staff represents the unsung heroes of college. These are the grad assistants, recruiting staff, fundraising teams, trainers, analysis. That is so cool. Support staff can only be hired and fired during the preseason. Making those decisions is important. The number of support staff members you can have is tied directly to your team prestige. Wow. Another element that's actually making it hard to build a bigger program. So y'all, 27 basically looks like, dog, if you're going to see why it's hard to be good with a smaller school. Doesn't mean you can't get on the field and be successful. But even with NIL, it's making it harder to have like those top tier recruits and stuff. This creates another meaningful difference between programs. A powerhouse has more room to specialize across multiple areas, while a smaller school has to be more selective about who they hire. So we see here, support staff 2 out of 3. Team prestige is a 3-star, 3.5 star. Staff suggestions, contract specialists, minus 15%, reducing NIL expectations. Fundraising coordinator, plus 250 Dynasty point increase. You have a slot there. If you reach a 4-star program here and a 5-star here. So 1 star, you're going to get that. 2, 3, 4, 5. So for each star, you're going to be able to get a new thing to bring on. And then you have your coordinators, contract link, coach prestige, contract specialists, reduce NIL expectations from your recruits as well as players on your roster. And it costs. That's how much it costs. And then you get that back if you fire the staff and put something else there. That's real cool. Support staff can provide the following effects. Decrease the dynasty point cost of hiring other support staff. Reduce NIL expectations. Increase weekly recruiting hours. Increase off-season player progression. Increase dynasty point fundraising during your annual budget. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 1 for each star. So you can see why if you have a bigger school, you can have all 5. Oh, shoot. Support staff also come in 4 tiers: bronze, silver, gold, platinum. Higher tier support staff cost more dynasty points, but their effects are stronger. You can only have 1 support staff member of each type. So that's it. That's this. So you can't stack it. I can't have 5 freaking reduce NIL expectations. So basically, if you are a 5-star program, you're going to be able to have all of these, which makes sense. And then there's tiers for it on top of that. That's cool, man. So if you're a smaller program, you really got to determine, hey, do we want to hire more staff as a focus? Do we want to, it's more focused. But as a bigger schools, it's like I can have all, because you can only have one of each. So you're going to have all of them. Does that make sense? You can only have one support staff member of each type. So if you want a bigger boost in a specific area, you'll need to invest in a higher tier rather than stacking multiple staff members with the same effect. That don't even make sense. You can only have one support staff member of each type. So if you want bigger boost in a specific area, you'll need to invest in a higher tier. Okay, that's just saying the same thing. That's basically what I was saying. You can't have multiple NIL reductions. You can only have one. You just have to upgrade that one. Choosing your support staff is one of the first ways each season to shape your blueprint with limited slots, especially at lower prestige schools. Every hire is important. And that's this. This is the upgrade tier right here. Staff types: fundraising team, acquisition, contract specialist, recruiting coordinator, strength and conditioning lead, fundraising lead, acquisition lead. Oh, okay. So I'm looking at the types. Okay. I see, when I looked at this, I was thinking that they were saying these are the types, but no, yes, these are the types, but within the types themselves, you have different things that they can do. So like, for example, recruiting NIL expectations or whatever, these are the types. You only have so many types, but then you have different ones that do different things. That makes sense. Okay, so now that I actually like that because that gives you way more options. Okay. Oh, no, you don't. It's the same. They're just different tiers. Okay, never mind. So what I'm wondering, okay, so you can only have 5. So for example, they put this one right here, the fundraising team. They put that one there, right? It's right there. So now you can't use this one. Like I can't use 2 fundraising leads. I can only use 1. Okay. And so same thing for the contract specialist. They put that one there. Recruiting NIL expectations. So now you can't use this one down here. But see, that's a contract specialist and that's an assistant contract analyst. They do 2 different things or whatever, but they're in the same type category. So you can only have one of those type categories. Does that make sense? That's pretty cool, man. Retaining your staff, you got to hire and fire them. Y'all know that's self-explanatory. Yeah, that platinum costs a lot. You can have each type with a small school, but you will use up all your dynasty points. Tested. Okay. Hiring coordinators, we know how that works. You can actually hire them during the season now, y'all. So now during the season, you, instead of just having an option, you have a choice out of all of the coaches available. So that's real cool. Coordinators hiring now uses dynasty points. Every coordinator has expected dynasty point value, which is influenced by factors like coach level and your school's team prestige. A high-level coordinator may be more expensive, but for a smaller school because they view that job as less attractive than other opportunities. If you want to bring that kind of coach to your program, you may need to pay a premium. During the carousel, you now have access to a full list of available coaches. And they did the same thing for head coaching. So remember back in 14, remember I told y'all one thing I hate is that you can only choose so many, and you can even bring up a menu and see all the schools hiring for a head coach, but you can only put in for whichever ones are interested in you. Now they did the same thing they did in 13 and 14 in previous college football games where you can just say, hey, I'm interested in this job. No matter who's available, you can basically throw your hat in the ring for it. I like that because one thing I noticed with Dynasty is you only get like the same. I always get the same types of schools that are offering. Like I've never had an offer from Wisconsin. I've never had interest from like Oregon State, or you always get the same schools, if that makes sense. Now this is different. It goes back to the older games where you can just, if there's a head coaching job open, you can just apply for whatever school is hiring. But there's a catch to it, because if you do that and they offer you, it's going to automatically accept it. And then if they don't, then your coaching stability takes a hit, because now they're like, well, this coach is keep looking for a different job. So you don't want to, what it eliminates is you going in and just shotgunning yourself, basically just applying for every opening in the hopes that you get one. No, they say if you do stuff like that, then your coaching stability is going to drop, because the school, I mean, just like in real life, if you keep applying for coaching jobs, they're going to be like, well, he's not looking to stay here. You see what I'm saying? So that's a really cool addition to an older mechanic. Does that make sense? Well, I think in the older ones it did that too. It would lower your coach stability if you kept changing jobs and stuff. I asked him about College Football 27 a little. He said, for me, it was on point, capturing the excitement, energy. 25, a lot upgrade. Yes. When you decide to make an offer, you will be taken to the coachability screen where you can adjust your dynasty point offer. Offering above a coach's expected value will increase their interest in your program, while offering below it will lower it, of course. For each coach, you can offer up to 2 times their expected value before making that offer. Guys, basically, this is free agency, or this is NIL is, to me, one of the biggest W's in this game, because this is basically like in your franchise with your budget. Remember, in Madden, you have a budget, but you also have your salary cap. Well, it was all tied together. It's essentially that for college. That's what NIL does, and I love it. So you can offer them, you can increase it or whatever. Resolving offers. You can make up to 6 offers per side of the ball at a time. So you can offer 6 offensive coordinators and 6 defensive coordinators at a time. Instead of right now in the game, you can only offer one person and you got to wait and see if they accept it or not. Now you have these offers pending and you can see who's interested and who accepts, and then you can pick which one you want. Building your staff is more than about filling empty seats. It's about understanding what your program needs, how your coach is built, where your coordinators can create an advantage, and how much of your blueprint you are willing to invest in the people around you. A great staff can help cover your weaknesses, strengthen your identity. This is dope. Facilities. So basically, y'all, what facilities are, facilities just provide boost. Nothing, you know what I'm saying? So facility tiers, your facility is the foundation of your athletic grade, facilities grade. There are 5 facility tiers: basic, competitive, premier, elite, and national powerhouse. This means your facility tier determines your ceiling. If you have a premier facility, your athletic facilities grade can sit anywhere from a C to a C+, but it cannot reach the B range until you upgrade to an elite facility. Equipment can improve your grade within your current range, but only a facility upgrade moves you into the next band. I like this because it's real life. I start out with like a freaking Kennesaw State. I'm going to be a basic facility. Now you can buy new equipment. Think of it like this, real life. I have a weight room, right? Yeah, it's a salary cap. I have a weight room, right? I can get new equipment in that weight room, but that weight room is still going to be a basic facility. I have to build a new weight room and then upgrade the equipment in that. I freaking love that because that's so true to college football. It's true to anything. And that's why you see the schools building bigger programs. And if I had to guess, I would say there's certain equipment that's only exclusive to certain tiers of this. But let's see. Your facility tier also determines how many equipment slots you have. Okay, that's similar. A basic facility gives you 1 equipment slot, while National Powerhouse gives you 5. The better your facility, the more ways you have to customize and support your program throughout the year. And that's essentially the same concept as your staff, in that you got those 5 and they're depending on you doing that. Now, this is interesting because they have a downgrade facility option. You might say, why would you want to downgrade your facility? Well, you may want to downgrade if your program starts suffering and you don't have the funds to continue doing what you're doing, or you need to reallocate funds. You see what I'm saying? So then you would downgrade facility and it would drop it. You would get that, the annual cost would be lower and you can divert that cost to other things. Does that make sense? Facility tiers, you have the basic, the annual, the competitive is annual 50. National Powerhouse is $750 a year to maintain that. That's crazy. And it costs $3,000. And then, okay, so the Players Lounge, y'all saw that. It's a 150-point increase athletic facilities grade. That's the thing when they talking about with equipment. Upgrading and maintaining your facility upgrades and downgrades happen during end of season recap. You can upgrade or downgrade your facility once per year. If you choose to upgrade, your facility will be under construction throughout the off season and will become available during the preseason of the following year. How realistic is that? So if you choose to upgrade it, you're not going to have it that year. It'll be done the following season. That's like Madden with the stadium. But you know what they did in later Maddens when you rebuild your stadium or whatever? They make it immediately available so you don't have to wait that year, if that makes sense. But that, I like the waiting thing because it's realistic. You're not going to be able to upgrade facilities in one off season. Higher tier facilities also come with higher annual maintenance costs. Maintaining a National Powerhouse facility costs more than maintaining a competitive facility, and that cost is part of the responsibility that comes with operating at the highest level. If you cannot pay or choose not to pay that annual cost, your facility will downgrade by one tier. Downgrading can also be a strategic choice. This is what I was talking about. Dropping from National Powerhouse to Elite will reduce your annual maintenance costs, freeing up Dynasty points for other areas of your blueprint. If you later decide to upgrade back to the tier you recently left, the upgrade cost will be reduced because your program was already operating at that level. Bro, you talk about details. That's an insane level of detail. Basically, what they're saying is take it into real life aspect. If I'm a small school and I get a new big facility, I'm not used to that. But if I had a big facility and I got to a smaller one, hey, we already know how to run a big one. So running a smaller one will be more efficient. We already know what to do. That's cool, man. And see, they downgraded it. And that the little constructions hat upgrade available. They selected the upgrade and then it's under construction till the next season. So equipment is more flexible, is the more flexible side of facilities. While your facility tier determines your grade range and number of slots, equipment allows you to improve your program within that structure. So base facility up to National Powerhouse, 1 to 5 slots. Equipment can provide the following effects: increase your athletic facility grade within your current facility range, increase the duration of equipment effects, reduce practice wear and tear, reduce seasonal health usage, and reduce practice injury chance. So, you can have players get injured in practice now? How does that even work? If you're not, I guess because you have to simulate practice now or go through it or whatever. That'd be cool. Some equipment provides long-term benefits. For example, you can purchase equipment that improves your athletic facilities grade within your current facility range, such as moving from a B- to a B+ or a B+. And I think you have to get to that max before you can upgrade. I'm not sure. I don't know. This is what I feel like the jump from not having a game to 25 was supposed to feel like. I agree, but the main reason it wasn't was because a lot of resources were put in making the stadiums and all that kind of stuff. You can also invest in equipment that increases the duration of other equipment effects, allowing short-term boosts to last longer. Other equipment is built around shorter-term, high-impact boosts. These effects are designed to help you maintain the physical demands of a season, reducing practice wear and tear. Lowering seasonal health usage or reducing practice injury chance can be especially valuable during difficult stretches of the schedule, when your roster is beat up and every week matters. That gives facilities two different types of decisions. The facility itself is the major investment that defines your long-term standard. Equipment is, and here's the deal. There's going to be some players, because some people might be like, well, I just stay this facility. There's going to be players that care about your facilities in recruiting. So that's why it's going to be important for like right here to upgrade from a B minus to like a B plus or whatever the case may be. Facilities can become a major part of your blueprint, but they also force real trade-offs. Do you save for the facility upgrade that moves your program into the next grade, man? Do you maximize your current facility with equipment? Do you maintain an elite setup or pull resources back so you can spend more on staff, NIL? Like every part of Dynasty Blueprint, the right answer depends on the program you're building. And then NIL. We know how NIL works. It uses the Madden 26 managed practice. They can get hurt in a full pad practice use. Appreciate that. Because I did see that where you can do light practice or full practice. You're absolutely right. I saw that on Bordeaux's stream last night. I'm not going to read through NIL, guys, because we already know how that works. Your higher tier, your 4 and 5 star guys are going to want more NIL money. Your lower tiers aren't going to want as much, if any. So, I mean, that's pretty self-explanatory. And as I show you here on this image, so you see like your 5-star guys, they're going to want more NIL money, and it's different for each position. This guy wants 140. This guy wants 175. This guy wants 220. You see what I'm saying? And that just changes. You can edit it, customize it or whatever like that. But I think that's cool. So that's basically managing your NIL stuff, man. It ain't much to it. Now, yes, scout before spending. The NIL makes scouting important because you don't want to spend NIL money or offer it to a guy who doesn't fit your system and stuff like that. Beginning in week 0, you can offer scholarships to prospects. So you can't do it before. You know, before week 0, you can go ahead and offer your scholarships. You can't do that anymore. You have to actually offer them the scholarships in week 0. You can't do it no more before that. Scouting and stuff like that works the same way. Making an offer, you can offer it to them. And you can edit it as well as you go along. And then they have a red. This tells you they're not interested. And they have the green for the bonus and stuff like that. The NIL stuff is really self-explanatory, man. It basically works the exact same way as the salary cap in Madden. Either you're going to offer them some or you're going to offer them a little or whatever. And it goes up based off of what other schools offer. So this school a school that's recruiting a player may offer more, and then they may go up on their offer, and then you got to go up on yours. It works the same way with your rosters with NIL, because you have NIL for recruiting, but you also have it to maintain your rosters. So think about this, and this is another challenge for us building like a small program, making them better. As your program gets better and your players that are there get better, they're going to want more money too. So, you know what I'm saying? As the program grows, let's say I'm there. I got a freshman. This is my first year there. I got a freshman. If he sticks around those 4 years and we continue to get better and better every year, he's going to want more money. You know what I'm saying? That's what this is all talking about. So you can go back and read that at your leisure. It's self-explanatory. It's self-explanatory. Roster NIL, I just explained how that works. You have that to manage as well. And then, like I said, players are going to want more as they get better. Same way, you know what I'm saying? Risk of leaving if you ain't paying them enough, you know. And that simulates real life, how you got some players, they care about that NIL. They care about the money. And if you ain't paying them, they going to go where the money at. But I think that's real cool, man. And you can see here, they talking about tracking it. So you can see what schools, like how much NIL money they have and stuff. During roster NIL management, the spreadsheet defaults to players at risk, so you can quickly identify who needs attention, and you can filter by position group to focus on specific areas of your roster. NIL gives another powerful way to build your program, but it comes with real consequences. Every point spent on a recruit is a point you may not have for retention. So do you focus NIL on recruiting or retention? Like, that is important. It's the same way with the salary cap. You know what I'm saying? It's a salary cap for college. That's essentially what it is, guys. Blueprint strategy and auto settings. Self-explanatory. Self-explanatory. So you have a strategy. Actually, no, I want to read the strategy thing because that is something different. You can edit your blueprint strategy from Edit Coach or directly from the Blueprint Hub. As you toggle between strategies, you will see a description of what each one is built to accomplish. along with its suggested spending allocation. Blueprint strategy does not automatically spend your dynasty points. Instead, it gives you a clear plan. So remember what we read earlier about that percentage? Like right here, let me open this up, where you have like suggested 20%, facilities suggested. So based off of your strategy, it's going to change what the suggested percentage of NIL you should be using to accomplish that strategy. Does that make sense? Okay. The goal is to give you direction without taking control away. So auto settings, for players who want to streamline parts of the experience, auto settings allow you to hand off specific areas of blueprint management while still guiding the overall direction of your program. These are the Dynasty Blueprint auto settings. Full blueprint management. The CPU manages all Dynasty Blueprint spending and allocation, allowing the blueprint strategy you have selected. Following, so you can, I mean, and this is real life. It's how hands-on do you want to be? If you, like, we talked about actually being the athletic director, guys, you essentially can be that in a way, because you can just set it to whatever. Hey, I don't want to have to worry about the blueprint stuff. Same way with recruiting. You can set auto recruiting. I don't want to have to worry about it. One thing I wish they would do with auto recruiting is allow you to say what types of players that you want for your program, but the game actually kind of does that anyway, based off of the playbook and scheme you select. So it's implied. Auto support staff. The CPU handles support staff hiring during the preseason. This only applies to support staff, not offensive and defensive coordinators. Auto facilities. So self-explanatory. You see what I'm saying? Auto recruiting also works alongside Dynasty Blueprint. If auto recruiting is enabled, it will follow your blueprint strategy when determine how much recruiting NIL to offer prospects. That I see. What I was trying to see is what are the strategic settings, because that one just says balance. I wonder what's the other options. Does it say it up here somewhere? No. You can target blueprint strategy to the coach and accomplishment. Okay, yeah, right here. You'll be able to compare your suggested spend percentage against your actual percentage in each category if your strategy calls for a heavier investment in facilities. Okay, so you can do balance, or you can say, hey, I want to focus on facilities, or I want to focus on recruiting and NIL, or I want to focus on roster retention. Balance is probably a good way to go. It just depends on your program, man. If you're trying to build a program, then you probably want to focus your NIL on getting recruits. So you would put your strategy to recruits, you know, or, hey, we got enough recruits. The roster is good. I want to focus on upgrading facilities. And what it's going to do, this basically works, guys. This basically works as a financial advisor. Think of it like that. This is your financial advisor. It's going to tell you what you would need to allocate, the percentage of what you need to allocate to this. And then what's really cool too is, where was that other screenshot at? I guess it ain't up here, but remember one of them had like a number off to the side and it told you how much of that percentage you was using. Oh no, it's right here. It's right here in my face. So for example, they're on balance and it's telling you staff, you want to use about 20%. Right now you're using 13. So all you have to do, if you match these, then you'll successfully you'll be on your way to fulfilling that strategy. This is basically your financial advisor. Okay. So you're doing that. Move that up till it reaches 20. Move that up till it reaches, or move that down till it reaches 10. Move that up till it reaches 20. Move that down till it reaches 30. You know, and then you're doing a good job. You see what I'm saying? Based off of what your strategy is. That's so cool and in depth, and I love that. I hope they can add man assists for DB. Like if you want to say Revis to guard Ocho the whole time. They already have that. Oh, no, they don't have it. I know what you're talking about. I'm thinking about where you can do it to where it's categorized by overall or whatever. You saying like, I want him to specifically guard this guy. That used to be in some of the older Madden games. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I agree. So this is the CPU managed settings, overall budget, support staff. That's what they're talking about. Deeper over panel, NIL, recruiting. We've been through that. Verbal commit. So now, guys, you have a verbal commit. But here's the deal. Your verbal commit can flip. So in older games, remember, we had verbal commits. And they would stay a verbal commit until National Signing Day. You had to maintain that verbal commit because they could decommit, go to a different school or whatever. Same thing now in the game. You got a verbal commit now. They're not going to automatically commit because before they did. And the game told us in 25 and 26 that you can lose recruits, but I never seen it happen. I never seen it happen. But I guess now it's actually going to happen. And so you're not going to see them say committed. It's just going to say verbally committed. Same way as in Road to Glory. You would verbally commit and you could decommit. Now they're just bringing that to Dynasty. Okay. A recruit can still be flipped before they hard commit. If another school in the top 3 passes the school the recruit verbally committed to, the recruit will decommit and the recommitment will reopen with the top schools. So it just gives you another layer of recruiting and not losing out on players. Recruit generation has been updated to create more dynamic and exciting incoming classes. In general, recruits should feel more explosive. You will see more players with higher end speed, stronger ratings. And that's true because you're getting recruits nowadays that are they're ready for the game straight out of high school and at an elite level at that, like a Jeremiah Smith. My school, same things, brand exposure, championship contender, proximity home, all that stuff. Nothing really changed there. Managing wear and tear, a little bit more in depth with practice plans right here. QJB uploaded. Yeah, I mean, he's going to do that. You got full practice, highly intense session that provides the most XP from practice and the best chance for players to start hot in the next game. The trade-off is that players receive no wear. The trade-off is that the player receives no wear and tear recovery and carries the highest risk of injury. Limited practice, same thing. No practice. Player skips practice but remains eligible to play in that week's game. They gain no XP but recover a high amount of wear and tear. There is no practice injury risk, but there is a high chance they start cold. And then week off, the player does not practice and does not play in that week's game. This provides maximum wear and tear recovery. That is cool. That is freaking cool. That is cool. So it's just another layer for you to look and see how your players are doing. And like if you got a player that's really, really beat up, then he can literally just be like, I'm taking a day off. We need to give this guy the week off because he's just banged to crapping back. If it's a lower tier game and it's like, well, I want to kind of save him for the playoffs or save him for the next game tomorrow. He's already tired and banged up. We could play to back up this game or something to that degree. That's what we're looking at with that. As you adjust your players' plan, you will be able to see their practice injury risk. That's this screen right here. And that, guys, that's the same system as Madden. They're just bringing it to college football. And that's fire. That's gas. Now, I never seen the no practice in Madden, but I've seen the full practice and the light practice. And then I hadn't seen the week off. So that is really, really cool. Practice results, it just shows you the results of it. Did they increase, decrease, or whatever? Coaching carousel, like I said, guys, this is pretty much the same deal. It's new because now you can apply for any position that they're hiring for. But the downside of it is that if you apply to too many schools or whatever, let's just read it because it'll tell you. Expressing interest. When you enter a coach carousel, jobs are organized into 2 sections. Schools interested, you, and all openings. Schools interested, you shows an open job and you can apply for that. The biggest change is that there are no longer concrete job offers waiting for you when you enter the carousel. Instead, you express interest in the job you want to pursue. You can express interest in up to 6 jobs during the carousel. If a school has you high on its short list, expressing interest gives you a strong chance to land that job, but it's not guaranteed. It's just like 13 to 14. Another coach may express interest. The school may value a different candidate more, or the board may shift as the carousel moves. Expressing interest is, and what they mean by this as the board moves is because they can have interest in somebody and say they sign with somebody else. Now they have to add more candidates and you could end up being somebody they're interested in when initially they weren't. Expressing interest is also a real commitment. If you express interest in a job and that school chooses you during week advance, you will automatically accept the job. There is no second decision point after the offer comes in. You put your name in, and if they call you, you are going. I don't really like that because it's kind of weird. If you put 6 of them, how is that going to work? Because they tell you can basically apply for 6 schools. You see what I'm saying? You apply for 6 schools, but if say I apply for 6 different schools, what if a school like, hey, Texas is my top choice. I would love to go to them, but I also have like Tech, A&M in there. But if A&M offer you, you're automatically going. Like, to me, that part doesn't make sense. Why have it that you can put in a job for 6 schools? I should be able to pick which one I want to go to out of those 6. But it doesn't seem that that's the case. Because it says that expressing interest is also a real commitment. If you express interest in a job and that school chooses you during week advance, you will automatically accept the job. There is no second decision point. Yeah, I'd like to be able to choose between the schools. See, this is what I'm thinking, David. Why would they tell us you can apply for up to 6? You can express interest in up to 6 during the carousel. If a school, see, the way that I think is that you put in 6 and there is no second decision point after the offer comes in. So, I mean, if you put in 6, that part doesn't make sense. I think they need to change that. Because why in the hell would I put in 6 then? Why would I put in up to 6? Because I don't know. But I guess too, a lot of times, like, a coach is like, if they want to go somewhere, they know where they want to go. Hey, I'll go here, but I'll also go there. But it also limits you because it says here, there's also a cost to looking around. Each time you express interest, you will take a small hit to coach stability. So you're not going to, realistically, are you going to put in for 6 different coaching jobs? Probably not, because each time you express interest, so that's 6 times, you're going to take a major hit to your coach stability. You see what I'm saying? That can have a ripple effect on the recruiting trail as well, because some may not contact you back. Yeah, I get that, but that's the thing. Like, rank your jobs. See, that's what I say. Put in less. I agree. I feel like it should be a ranking system, though. Like, because, hey, what if Texas is my biggest interest? Just because I'm interested in an Ohio State job doesn't mean they will call me for it. Yeah, I get that. But why even allow me to put in for 6? Because, hey, what if you are interested in an Ohio State job, but you put in for Boise State, for example? Remember what they said earlier. As the coaching carousel goes on, different things happen. So Ohio State may not have you on their list and you're interested, but then next week, the coach they were interested in signed with a different school, and now you move up their list and now they're interested, but Boise State was on your list too, and they offered you, so you missed out on Ohio State. You see what I'm saying? In the past games, you would put in interest for different schools and you would have to simulate to see if they offered you. If they offered you, you still have the choice to decline the offer. But here, my issue here is that if they offer you, you basically have to accept it. Let me continue reading because it may answer my question. Once the week advances, the carousel resolves and you will find out whether you are changing jobs. If you accept a new position. See, so basically you have a choice to decline it. Okay, so I think what this is saying up here, guys. Now, because it say you will automatically accept the job. This is why my argument of the carousel should have been done over the course of 4 weeks in the off season. I agree. There is no second decision. See, what the hell? I mean, you got the warning thing here. By expressing interest in this job, you will automatically accept it if an offer is made. This does not guarantee an offer. And expressing interest. See, but that's dumb. If it doesn't guarantee an offer, which I get that, I just don't agree. Like, why would I even choose 6 schools up to 6? You know what I'm saying? But I guess you would say, oh, I'll go here, I'll go there. So it basically tells you, and I guess it's kind of a real life deal. Go for the school that you want to go for. But in real life, if somebody offers you, you don't have to accept it. So I don't like that. I don't like that the game forces you to accept it. you should still have a choice whether to accept or decline it. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, here, so look at this. Because, I mean, they are all contract based. Offer projection, you have your projected yearly coach point awards. They give you that for the coaches. Offer is 20. Your current is that. And then available dynasty points, of course. Let me maximize this. Expressing interest in this job does not guarantee an offer. Coach points will be awarded. You see what I'm saying? Like, they have their top candidates. Okay, what if see, he's not even on the list. He's not even a top candidate. Oh no, yeah, he is. But what if you weren't and then they hire somebody else? Like, I don't know. That's a gray area for me. I'd have to see how that works out. Cause it's, to me, it's kind of like, why would I put in for, like they did here? So they put in schools that's interested. He got Kentucky, but then all openings he put in for TCU, Wisconsin, and Cincinnati. So, you know what I'm saying? He's interested in all of them. But hell, like, what if you get offered from a school? I guess that's the case. You just don't put in for a school that you're not willing to go to. To me, I would like a tier system. Like, hey, if I was a free agent coach or if I was looking to go somewhere else, like I'd put in, hey, I'd go to TCU, Houston, Wisconsin, but then give me the option to pick which one I want to go to based off of who offers me. I'm only going to my top 2 schools, only 2 schools making my list. How many weeks can you express interest? It didn't say. The difference is that coach prestige and recent success now carry more weight. That's good. An established coach may have a level and ability progression that comes with time, but a younger coach, see, that's good. Expressing interest. School's interested in you shows, yeah, it doesn't say how long. Yeah. I don't know, man. So evaluating the job, as we covered in Dynasty Blueprint, choosing a job is now understanding the full situation. That's just summarizing everything up. The result is a carousel with more information, more movement, and more risk. You can chase jobs that interest you, make yourself available for opportunities you may not have received before, and weigh each move against the program you are leaving behind. But every decision matters. Expressing interest can open the door to your next job. Staying put can strengthen your foundation. Your current school can also use coach points to make staying more attractive. Oh! If they extend you, they can increase your annual coach point payout and even go up to 30% beyond the normal amount other schools can offer. That's pretty cool. So now the school can fight for you to stay. That's actually pretty cool. Coach abilities and progressions, I mean, that's the same. These are the 2 down here that are exclusive to Madden and the EA Sports Pro Plus membership thing. As we covered, each annual coach point payout, that payout is another part of your progression path, giving schools a way to impact how quickly your coach can grow over time, where you coach, how long you stay, and what the school is willing to invest. I mean, so that's pretty cool, man. So Visionary, the first new archetype is Visionary, which is available to players who pre-order Madden 27, pre-order the MVP bundle with Madden and College Football 27, or create a coach in franchise mode. So if you do the MVP, if you I would take it if you got the MVP plus that you would get the Visionary as well, because by that you would be pre-ordering Madden. So either you pre-order Madden and get it, or once you get Madden and you create a coach, then it'll give it to you as well. Visionary is focused on player development, weekly preparation, pro potential, and long-term career path. Pro pipeline, practice makes perfect, increase player progression from weekly practices. Hot start, signing bonus, increase the annual coach point payout you receive from your school. With weekly practice plans giving you more control over how your player prepares, recover, and develop throughout the season, Visionary gives you another way. And then you have Rainmaker. The second new archetype, Rainmaker, is available to the MVP Plus members. See, this don't make sense to me, because to me, if you get the MVP Plus, you're essentially pre-ordering Madden, so you should qualify for the Visionary as well. But, I mean, it's whatever. Rainmaker is built around Dynasty Blueprint, and I told y'all Rainmaker was going to give you more money. Where Visionary leans into development and preparation, Rainmaker focuses on NIL, Dynasty points, and getting more out of the resources. So Dealmaker, increased recruiting influence from NIL offers. Budget Booster, increased Dynasty points earned from my school. Y'all, 27 is looking like that game, dog. Stay Power, increase the impact of NIL offers when reducing a player's risk of leaving during roster NIL management and contract incentives. Increase the Dynasty points earned from completed AD expectation goals. Pre-order bonus, we talked about that. You get the coaching points. MVP Plus members will receive an even bigger boost of 150 coach points. So if you pre-order the game regular, you get the 100 points like we got this year. MVP Plus gives you both. See, I would assume that, but somebody earlier was saying that it doesn't. I don't know. Commissioners can also enable or disable pre-order bonuses. That's whack. You got to order Madden too. Well, it's connected. Like I said, because you could take your coach over to Madden this year. It makes sense. But at the same time, I mean, it's a business move. They trying to get you to buy Madden as well. I get it. Don't like it. I agree with you. It should be exclusive to that. But it's kind of cool that, you know, for people that do buy both games, like I do. I bought both last year. You know, it's kind of an extra incentive. Because like I said, if you're going to buy both games anyway, get EA Sports Plus. Because it's the same price of buying both games. And you only pay it once a year. 27 is looking strong, dog, with the background stuff. Ability cost rebalance. In addition to new archetypes, we have a rebalance cost. Heck yes. That is really cool. So you can rebalance now. We couldn't before. Now you can. Ability costs now scale more clearly by tier. Lower tier ability upgrades are less expensive, while higher tier blah, blah, blah. For example, yes, we know that. This creates more natural progression curve and reinforces the trade-offs at the heart of coach building. Early investments can help you establish your identity while maxing out. So what this is allowing you to do, we have also reduced the cost of kicker and punter abilities. You can now still specialize, but pushing an ability all the way to its higher tier now asks you to be more intentional with your coach points. Oh, never mind. That ain't the rebalance I thought. I thought they was gonna let you like respec. That's not what that is. So they just changed up how points work a little bit. The lower tiers are gonna be cheaper. Tier 1 abilities cost 25 coach points, while Tier 4 abilities cost 40. Dang, that's way more than last year. They increased it even more. Along those costs, we have rebalanced the archetypes and abilities with them to better define each coaching path. Coach mode. We already talked about that with the gameplay thing. Coach perspective cameras. Talked about that. You have the sideline, and then you also have the booth. I think the booth view would be really cool. The view from the booth, I think that'd be dope. You gotta think, I guess, like if you're the head coach, of course you're gonna be on the sideline. But if you're a coordinator, you'll probably be more inclined to be in the booth. Most coordinators are. I don't know. I don't ever see a lot of coordinators on the sidelines, because as a coordinator, you're gonna want to see the field. So that's pretty cool. Delivering the world of college football, the Heisman moment. Dynamic weather, we talked about that. Season history, y'all can go look at that at your own time. The playoffs, it's the little things, crowd themes, they just rebuilding. So, Stadium Builder. This year, Team Builder introduces Stadium Builder, giving you the ability to build custom home for your program. That is elite. I just wish that you can edit real life stadiums, but I get why, because it's more of a licensing thing. Isn't active. So, Kyle, after you pay for that MVP Plus membership, you have those games. Now, let's say you didn't pay for it next year. Then you still have the games that you paid for. They're not going to, you still have access to the games that you bought. So let's say if you got the MVP bundle this year or the MVP Plus thing this year, you're going to get College 27 and Madden 27. But let's say you didn't pay for it next year. You could still play 27. You can still play College 27 and Madden 27. So yeah, you can still play your game. It's a yearly thing. But it's a subscription, so just know you're gonna be charged for it for the following year. Michigan coordinators want to be on the field so they can cheat. Some coordinators are on the field. When you select your stadium for Team Builder, you will now okay, guys. That's just existing or custom. If you choose existing, you can still select from the real stadiums available. But if you select custom, you build it. If you choose custom, you can build your own stadium using one of 4 base stadiums. These base stadiums range from a higher end high school stadium to small, mid-size, powerhouse, whatever. After selecting your stadium base, you can begin editing the structures around it. Okay. Available options depend on the base stadium you choose, but can include the stadium backdrop, jumbotron, end zone building, and edge wall. Backdrops lets you shape the world around you. It's like Madden. You can also customize your goalpost, which is available for both existing and custom stadiums. Stadium Builder supports both H and Y-shaped goalposts. You can now adjust the goalpost color as well as the goalpost pad. The pad can be recolored and customized. That's pretty cool. As you make changes, your stadium updates in the 3D viewer on the right side of the screen, just like uniform and cleat creation. So you pick the base stadium. Okay, let's say the dual stands like this. And then from there, you pick do you want a field house right here? Where do you want your jumbotron at? Where do you want this? Where do you want that? What's in the background? Is it a cityscape or is it a buildings? It's that kind of stuff. Crowd customization, we saw that. Okay, see, so I thought that, okay, it ain't what I thought it was. Custom stadium sounds. I mean, it's like in the past where you can upload audio out. You know what I'm saying? That's nothing new. Crowd customization. I mean, that's the same thing as last year. The stripes and all that kind of stuff. So the soundscape. Team Builder includes over 150 recorded commentary nicknames, 100 plus sound effects, 66 bands, 56 chants, 11 licensed PA tracks. So yeah, that's like so in past college football games, y'all younger cats probably don't remember, you could actually upload your own songs and audio and stuff into the game in Team Builder for them to play. You can even do it for your regular teams. You can upload audio again. No, you can't upload it. It's pre-built, but you just pick what songs and all that kind of stuff you want to play. We didn't get to do it like that. You don't remember that? The stadium. Yeah, you used to be able to upload physical copies the way. No, you still own the digital, Kyle. Yeah, in some of the older NCAA games, you used to be able to upload music and be able to play it for the stadium sounds. They had their own generic ones, but you can also use custom stadium sounds. Cause I remember I put in the drumline beats and stuff like that from the movie Drumline. It says it's got an audio editor in there. Oh, okay. Well, if it do, then that's fine. From there, you can build the soundscape on a timeline using multiple tracks similar to music editing software. You can layer crowd chants, bands. I mean, I don't see where it say you can add your own music, though. Commentary is also supported. When you choose rival schools for your team builder program, rivalry focused commentary can speak to that matchup during the game, helping you create rivalries. That's dope. We couldn't upload music. Yeah, you could. Yes, you could absolutely upload sounds. I've done it. I remember doing it because I got the drumline beats and stuff like that, and I put it in the game. You could do that. But that is what the audio editor is. This is the audio editor. Home team names and end zones for championship games this year. Hope team names. Uh the audio system uses the same types of triggers that already exist in game, allowing your team builder team to respond to moments naturally. I mean, that stuff is cool, man. Yeah, I mean, this is a similar feature that they had in past games, but the difference was it was in the game itself. It wasn't on like a team builder thing. Back on the 360, you could take music from your hard drive. Yes, that's what I'm telling them. You could absolutely do that. It had to be on your hard drive. It wasn't in like a team builder thing, and it was in game. I could pull it from my 360 hard drive. You had Bone Thugs on yours. Yup. I had them drumline cadences and stuff like that. Yeah, dude. You don't tell me you couldn't do that. I'm like, yeah, hell, you could. I ain't that old. Be senile. Or any of the new team mascots in the game. Deeper Dynasty integration. We have also expanded how team builder teams connect in Dynasty. Road to Glory, giving you more control. Location, weather, and time of day. Y'all can go read that. I'm not concerned with that. I'm not a big team builder guy. Updating your team builder team. This was important because now at the end of each season, you can update it. Instead of having to recreate a whole team, you can update it and then just keep that same. So if you want to like upgrade your stadium, okay? So you create a school now, evolve through your dynasty. At the end of each season, during the off season, you will see an action item to update your team builder team. From there, you can select which imported team builder teams you want to update. This performs a full re-import of the latest version of that team from the team builder website. That means you can add new uniforms, improve your stadium, update your field, and adjust your logos. See, I wish you could do this with the teams that are in the game. And I get the licensing thing, but it's still like, man, come on. You know what I'm saying? So like what this would make me do is take a lower tier school, like a Ball State, for example, and create them in Team Builder. That way I could upgrade their stadium. Because remember, you can put the actual stadium in the game. And the actual rosters, if I'm not mistaken. And so from there, you just go into Team Builder, and now it gives you the ability to, I guess that's the workaround for you being able to create the stadiums and stuff. Because you go back up here to Stadium Sounds, and you got the commentary and stuff that you can put into the game. See, the commentary nicknames. So like the Bulldogs, Bulldogs. They'll say your team name and stuff like that. So you can essentially recreate the whole school all over again and be able to upgrade their stadium that way. So I may go that route with Team Builder as far as recreating a smaller school. Or I could do it for and then put us in a smaller conference. And as we grow, hey, we upgraded the stadium this year and stuff like that. So I probably will do Road to Glory this year because of that. Yeah. Road to Glory. The Heart of the Mode, Road to Glory. You don't need to read that. That's just an introduction. Okay, new objectives and rewards. So one of the biggest additions to Road to Glory College Football Playoff. Oh no, that's Road to the College Football Playoff. That's Road to Glory. What? Oh, I clicked on the wrong one. I clicked on Road to Glory. Why did it take me to that? What? Is the Road to Glory deep dive not on there? Skipping out on 26 was it? No, that wasn't a good decision. I mean, I guess it is for you, but bro, why is it not showing? Why is it not showing the Road to Glory one? It's a bug. Let's see here if we get it that way. All right, Road to Glory. There we go. Had to do a little workaround. Rooted in meaningful decisions. This year they wanted a deeper into the idea of focusing on managing your potential. So creation. You got new positions. The tight end, edge rusher, and free safety. We already know that. Okay. So once you've selected your position, it's time to customize your player and begin building your identity. In College Football 27, we expanded player customization with several gear options our community has been asking for. Players can equip hanging mouthpieces, single leg sleeve, new backplates with custom team-specific logos and branding, and new road jerseys. I actually like the road jerseys. I hated the tuck jerseys, but the road jerseys are cool. I wouldn't wear mine like that, but I like it. I like that because that's the actual look. They roll their jerseys. They don't do all that tuck shit that you see in the game. That sit lower than the original crop top style while still showing off some of those rock hard abs. Schools can also feature unique team-specific backplate details, such as Notre Dame's iconic "Play Like a Champion" mantra, integrated directly into the gear customization. The original road jersey style still also remains available, along additional new gear options added throughout the mode to give players more control over the look, feel, and personality of the athlete. Whether you want to create a flashy player or a field general. So basically what this is right here, you can do a custom one where you build your own archetype, or you can choose to copy the archetype of a legend. So I can choose if I'm a quarterback, I can model after Vince Young, and then it'll set me up that way, but I can still increase and surpass those limits. That's what this is basically saying. I don't even think I need to read that because that's literally what it is. That's literally what it is. And then you can see it here. So this is creating it. And then you have your route running, your blocking, your health. It's broken down into different categories. And think of it like 2K, man. That's what Rex, you know what I'm saying? I mean, that's what Scott was known for. It's essentially the archetype system bought over from that. You know what I'm saying? Body type, muscular, all that kind of fun stuff. Max potential, though. This is important. The legend archetype feature is going to cook. Yeah. And the thing I like about the legend archetype is because you can still go beyond what they went beyond, or what they did as far as ratings and stuff like that. My favorite part of Road to Glory, I can sit on the sideline instead of super simming. I think that's cool as well for immersion. Same as 2K. After completing your physical customization, it's time to determine your player's max potential. This is where the build begins to come alive. Max potential defines the long-term development ceiling of your player and determines how much your physical potential your player can realistically achieve throughout their career. Guys, that's just like 2K, man. That's just like 2K. So I'm not going to read through that because that's all it is, man. You just set your potential. Now you do have the option. You will be able to break those limits, if you will, and get further than what that limit is, but it's not going to be for every single thing. You have your points there. Pure blocker tells you that. Potential physical abilities, you got your physical abilities there. Upgrade those, and then your requirements for those abilities right there. Okay. Flight reacts. Might as well not even play Road to Glory. He's gonna be the water boy for life. So legend templates, it just talks about the same thing. Instead of you creating your own specific template, you can just use one to play like a legend. Martellus Bennett, you got his setup. Jeremy Shockey, Rob Gronkowski, Todd Heap, Ozzie Newsome, and Vernon Davis. Vernon Davis is going to be more your speedy receiver type tight end. But then you can still break through those limits. And that's what cap breakers are. Now, I will read through this because that is important. While max potential defines your player's initial development ceiling, elite players can push beyond those limits through cap breakers. Cap breakers allow players to permanently increase an attribute cap beyond what was originally allocated during creation. This allows you to create a rare one-of-one player who transcended traditional positional expectations and become legendary talents through their Road to Glory career. Is open world in it? No. No, Kyle. This is what I call Super Saiyan 2. Yeah. Hey, Trey, I'm with you on that, Carter. I'm with you on that. This is even to go further beyond. Players can earn up to 25 total cap breakers across their career by accomplishing major performance-based milestones and elite achievements. These includes winning the Heisman Trophy, becoming an All-American, winning a national championship, breaking school, conference, or national records, reaching major career statistical milestones, and completing the other high-end career accomplishments. I like that. Nah, I just let you be a 99 overall. Now, you got to earn it, Burns. Once earned, cap breakers can be applied directly to your player's attribute caps. Players can apply up to 5 cap breakers to a single attribute, but the amount an attribute increases depends on how high the original max potential level cap already is. A very high attribute cap, such as 95, may only increase by +1. A lower cap may increase by a larger amount per cap breaker. The scaling system helps preserve positional balance while still allowing, so people like Burns can't be 99 overall on everything, while still allowing special players to evolve into rare elite capable of redefining what's possible at their position. This one thing I wish with the skill cap. So this is how players can create a truly legendary build, a Derrick Henry style physical force, a Lamar Jackson dual stack. I wish that they would bring back the 100 rating for this. You know what I'm saying? But I know why they don't do 100, because that means perfect. Does that make sense? And that's why. Reaching your full potential. Coming out of high school, that projection becomes part of your identity. Coaches, fans, teammates, and opponents all have expectations of who you are supposed to become. Once you arrive in college, the challenge becomes living up that potential while continuing to manage mental abilities. That's mental abilities. We know what those are. They look like the same as last year. Finalize your player. Gus Stonebreaker. High school. So, what changed? Before you ever take the field, control over the football world. Road to Glory takes place through expanded team builder integration. Players can customize the high school. That's talking about the team builder stuff. Across high school and college, players can replace up to 16 total teams. That's still talking about team builder. Building your tape. Once your high school journey begins, your primary goal is to build your tape score. Read that. Structurally, high school centers around. Still, same thing. 5 games. I'm about to be Devin Hester. Heck yeah. Hester was the truth. Structurally, high school centers around 5 games with 4 playable moments. So they didn't change that for high school, y'all. In the beta, there are 4 different camera angles in Road to Glory. Camera angles. Each moment contains gameplay objectives tied to your position's archetype situation. That didn't change. This year, we focused those objectives to feel more connected to actual football situation. Thank you, because some of that stuff was like, bro, what? Expanded team impacts for better rewards. Highlight moments also return, but they have been adjusted to create more opportunities for particular success and meaningful progress. Previously, these moments could feel like an all or nothing challenge. You either hit a difficult objective and received the reward or missed it. In College 27, highlight moments can include multiple objectives that scale based on what you accomplish. Recruiting and scholarship offers. When schools offer you a scholarship, you can more clearly view the bonus tied to each offer across key categories, such as academics, leadership, brand, whatever. When viewing schools on your recruiting board or browsing new schools to add scholarship, bonuses can be viewed with a single tab. Scholarship offers are also more meaningful throughout your career because they now pay out annually. Oh wow, that's cool. The scholarship bonuses you earn from your school is award. So they treating it like real NIL, basically. They saying that because remember last year it wasn't NIL. This year with NIL, they basically saying you're gonna receive this amount annually. And I guess through the transfer portal and stuff, at the end of the year, depending on your success, you can request more. The scholarship bonus is awarded at the end of every season. That means your signing day decision is not only about where you want to start your college career, it's about choosing a program that can contribute, supporting your development over time. At the end of each season, your school will reevaluate you and determine what scholarship bonuses they want to offer you for the following year. If you are living up to expectations, performing on the field, and taking care of business off of it, your school may reward you with a stronger annual bonus. If your performance slips or your decision creates a problem, that offer can change. That's cool. Signing day, ain't nothing there. Welcome to college. Same shit. They failed the college part, dog. With connection to Madden, it would have been really cool if they made it to where NFL scouts would actually scout you. Now you do get a NFL grade. If you arrive as a 5-star recruit, the expectations are massive. You are viewed as one of the best players in the country, and your early NFL draft projection reflects that. With 32 5-star prospects, 32 first-round draft picks, 5-star players enter college round first expectations. Your projection can rise and fall or completely change based on how your performance is. So what they're talking about is this image right here. Up at the top right here, you see that projected. This is going to change based off of your performance. Now, one thing that I wish, well, I guess you don't really have NFL scouts that actually talk to college players while they in college though. You'll see them at the games and they'll talk to coaches, but I don't know if they actually talk to players. I never was scouted. But it would be cool if they had some kind of system like that. Because otherwise, guys, this is the same shit as last year, man. It's not much different. The legacy score tracker and draft projection rating system is pretty dope. It's the same. You've had that before, though. That's not revolutionary. You've had the draft projection and older Road to Glories. You know what I'm saying? I just feel like they could have did a little bit more for college to feel more. Because the high school getting recruited, getting the letters from recruiting from colleges and stuff, that's dope. They could have did that same system and did that like with the NFL scouts. If they're going to keep the moments, then they should have put in 4 years. Nah, hell no, not 4 years of high school. That's way too long. Oh, you saying with 5 games and have 4 years? Yeah. Not 4 full seasons. You are no longer just building your tape. You are managing your draft projection, building your legacy score, and trying to become the player. Yo, legacy scores have been in there before. Like that's nothing new. That's something in the background. But coming out of high school, star rating helps. It's something that you manage every week. Your draft. Yeah, all they did was took. I like the draft projection. Don't get me wrong. That is cool, but it's not at the forefront, if that makes sense. If you're stacking big performances together, lead your team into important moments, win awards, and continue developing, of course, your draft stock is going to rise. Career wear and tear plays a major role in how you're evaluated. So if you're getting injury prone, your draft stock is going to drop. That creates another layer of decision making. Chasing greatness matters, but so does managing your body. Tracking your career, that's the legacy thing. I guess that's cool. I mean, you can see what awards and stuff that you won. Bowl games, awards, 5-star athlete out of high school. I mean, I like that. It's cool, but achievements: win a bowl game, win a national championship, beat a rival. I mean, that's cool. I like that, but that doesn't have any in-game effects. I would love 4 full seasons. I guess, Carter, like if that's all you do is Road to Glory, yes. Me, I'm a dynasty guy, so to me that's not appealing. Because I didn't like in 14 where you played through a full season, I'd be ready to get to college. But yeah, I get that. If you're a Road to Glory main, then yeah, having 4 full high school seasons, yeah. Legacy score, while draft projection tracks how the next level views your future, legacy score represents what you are leaving behind in college. And then you can chase the greats. I guess that's what that is, saying that you can test. You can see your legacy score compared to other players. That, like I said, that's been in the games before. They just brought it back. That's not much to me. It is though, Ella. I'm in the beta right now, and after each game, even as a freshman, you can see the change in your draft stock. Yeah, and that's cool. Like I said, I just wish that you would get like messages and stuff from like NFL scouts and stuff, because I'm sure these college players talk to NFL scouts. They do. So why didn't they implement that in the game? To where it's just like high school, you getting messages from college coaches. Why not have it to where you get messages from NFL scouts? Like I think that would have just set it off in high school. Weekly agenda and fitness. So basically, guys, you got a fitness level that you have to maintain. And your agenda, like that's not much different. As your fitness levels improves, you can increase coach happiness, progress faster, and earn temporary ratings. Your fitness level, basically, guys, if you're not staying in shape, you're not going to get as much XP and progression. That is the dynasty equivalent of your practice, light practice and stuff like that. Look at the 4 high school seasons as you being an OC at a small college and working up. That's why I'd like 4 seasons, high school seasons. No, I get it. The way that high school was boring in 14 to me. I liked it. I wouldn't want to spend 4 seasons in it. But that's just because I'm not a big Road to Glory guy. Like, I'm going to put it like this. I like it. If they did that, I'd spend more time playing high school than college. Because it's just getting recruited is fun. I want more out of Road to Glory. Like I said, I feel like that if they had the scouts talking to you throughout your college career, I think that would have been really cool. But they don't. And I feel like that's a major miss. Because part of the allurement, part of what's cool in high school, in college right now on the game, is getting those letters and having those college coaches sending you messages and saying, hey, man, I like this or I like that. Like, I think that small addition to the college would set it apart from high school because it's a big drop off from that, What they replace it with, going to class, it's like, come on, man. If you fail to stay in shape, there are consequences. Your player can begin to put on weight. Your coach will become unhappy and your progression will slow down and you will take a ratings hit to key attributes. So I like that. You're going to have to stay in shape. That's on top of your wear and tear. Wish list for college football 28? Yeah. The college scouts talk to you more in high school this year than last year. But see, that's what I'm saying. I love that about high school. Heck, something like that, yeah. Let me play 4 years in high school. But why don't you have NFL scouts talking to you while you in college? I think that would be hella dope. Or at least put it to where you have some kind of sports analyst following your college career. But they don't have that. All they have is a little ticker at the fucking top that talk about your damn draft stock. Bro, you got a damn ticker up here. That's it. It ain't even a menu that talks in depth about your draft stock. Like, come on, man. Hey, they could have did a little bit more, man. Let's just all be honest about that. I think they could have did more in that regard. Oh, shoot, my boy Quadre. Oh, shoot. I think they got his mascot in the game, dude. I hope they finally have him in the game. That's awesome, man. So, but yeah, any Eddie Lacy in the chat? Tampering? Yeah, they got a lot of work to do in Road to Glory. I think, to me, that would, like, high school is fun. The recruiting process is so much fun, playing Road to Glory in high school. But another reason I don't play Road to Glory that much is because once you get to college, it's just like, meh. You know what I'm saying? You go from coaches knocking down your door, trying to take you out to strip clubs and stuff, big booty Latinas, all in your DMs trying to take you to homecoming, to college where you just got your financial advisor telling you got to pass the test. Like, come on, man. Now, I do like that they added actual tests back into college. Like, that is pretty cool. The scenarios and dilemmas, I think that is pretty cool. But I think they missed the boat when they could have freaking put college NFL recruits in there. Some choices are simple on the surface, but the decisions matter. You can become ineligible. Your GPA thing, I like this. I think that's cool having the exams in there. So, what is rain, snow, or hail called? Answer choice was D. They didn't see that though. Which direction does weather usually move in the U.S.? It moves from west to east. So the answer choice would be B on this particular question. And it's time. I do like that. That is pretty cool, man. That is cool, but they to me they still missed the boat. Maybe your projected GPA, maybe you protect your GPA but miss out on the chance to build your brand. Maybe you focus on fitness but lose time that could have gone towards leadership. That's the same deal. Every week ask you to decide. They added that in there, so that's still cool. Practice is more influential this year too. Okay. Let's read that. With weekly training no longer serving as the direct path to XP, practice becomes your primary way to earn progression. Hey, this might be the saving grace for me for Road to Glory, if this is true. Because that's one thing I was like, why can't we just practice? I did like the drills, but dude. So let's read. Practice has been completely overhauled and rebuilt around core football situations instead of feeling like a detached minigame. Practice is designed to feel like actual football work. These are the reps that teach your position, sharpen your skill. Bro, we talked about this last year, y'all. We talked about this on the live streams. Go back and watch them. We talked about this, and they did it. That, okay, Road to Glory might not seem so bad this year. Practice matters. No, practice matters no matter where you stand on the depth chart. If you are still fighting for playing time, practice is where you prove yourself. Earn trust and show your coach that you deserve a bigger role. If you're already a starter, practice is where you continue to refine your game. This year, Road to Glory includes over 50 new practice drills built around both team-focused situations and position-specific development. That is dope. Give me more NIL deals screenshot. I like brand meetings, coach meetings, where it's in-depth game footage. Yes, let me meet with the coach and stuff like that. This is cool because we did talk about this, the practice thing opposed to those drills. I like the drills, but we wanted them to improve on it, and they did. So kudos. When you select practice each week, you automatically load into that week's assigned drill. That drill becomes your opportunity to develop, compete, and show your coach how prepared you are. Your performance in practice still matters. The medal you earn will impact your XP, coach trust, and coach happiness for that week. A strong practice can help you progress, build trust, and stay in. Team drills. Some practice drills are built around full team situations. Okay, so that's different. Where you got the actual team out there. Even saw a red jersey. Yeah, right here. The quarterback got a different color jersey on. Team drills place you in scenarios that feel like the work teams actually do during a week. You may be thrown into a traditional 2-minute drill where offense is... Excuse me. I want to say they had something similar to this in 14. But you was on that stupid Nike field. But I like this. This is an improvement. Good for them. Other drills focus on specific team concepts like minute to win it, where every rep is built around late game execution and pressure. Yeah, they actually did. They had this stuff in 14 as well. In Road to Glory, actually. Where you did the team drills and the individual drills. Now, they may have more and they may have a deeper, more depth to it. But you did, because I specifically remember like the 2-minute drill. And they had that same thing in Madden too. They had this kind of stuff. So they bring them that back, but that is a good thing. Position drills. Practice also includes drills, but specific to position. These are designed to help understand the core. I like this, dude. That is an improvement. Just like how we have quizzes in class. I want a film session. Yes, Carter. Give me a freaking film session. Let me take a quiz over that. Because in high school, they remember, well, your offensive coordinator would ask you questions. Your position coach would ask you questions, or your coordinator in college last year. But, you know, I'm like that. Let's have a film session and stuff. Like I was playing free safety, and my drill last week was half field screen defense. Keeps it mixed up and interesting. Yes. Imagine playing as the 06 Longhorns. Yeah, buddy. Cornerback or safety work throughout traditional one-on-one coverage drills. Oh, we got one-on-ones now? Oh, shoot. Learn how to, well, I think they had one-on-ones in the other game, too. But that's still cool, man. And compete at the catch point. Tight end may focus on blocking. That's good, man. Game day pre-play grading. So they improved the grading system, y'all, to be more realistic. You know what I'm saying? Remember last year how you was the boundary corner? Let's say the field corner got burnt. You got knocked down for it. It's stupid. They just improved on that. For example, they say here, a safety should understand when they were in position, when they took the right angle, and when the mistake opened the door for a big play like that. They just improving on that. Dynamic weather's still in there. Position mechanics. Hopefully they improved on the cornerback stuff, staying in the flow of the game. Commentary built around your journey, progression. That's still, you know, you get XP to level up. Legacy score and max overall. Cap breakers, we already read that. End of season coaching meeting. So that's where the coach evaluates you. That's cool. Can we get more of this throughout the season, though? You know what I'm saying? We're offering you an upfront NIL package of plus 16 academics, 40,000 brand, coach trust, leadership, skill points, fitness. That's cool, man. So they want to try to get you to stay and stuff. Definitely needs extort teams and wish list. Yep. But let's have some coach meetings throughout the season, man. Transfer portal. You can transfer. Go to schools that's going to give you more NIL. I think that's self-explanatory. So, guys, that's going to do it for me, man. Do it for you. That's going to do it for me, and this is going to do it for me. So, really good in-depth stuff here, man. We've been streaming for, how long we been streaming? It's a long time, good gracious. $4 hours? Good God. Long time. Long time. But, man, so that's cool. I'm happy with it. I'm finna download the beta and get on here and get to learning and get to growing and seeing what stuff we can have them improve on and stuff like that. Like I said, my goal, like, guys, if y'all are going to play the beta or whatever, please give them feedback, man. That's the point of it. It's not just about getting in there and playing and having fun. That's what you do need to do and stuff. But, you know, studio updates are in the game, but he sounds hella robotic. I don't care. I'll take that right now. I will take that. Another live. Hey, I appreciate y'all, man. It don't feel like 4 hours, dog. But I appreciate y'all. I wish I can upload some content, but I can't. But I am going to I'm gonna take what they said about like the defensive stuff, and I'm gonna talk realistic football stuff, and I'll use real life I'm gonna use real life videos and pictures for that, for the playbook stuff, since I can't use gameplay and stuff like that. Does that make sense? And it's not gonna do any good to use it in 26 because those elements don't exist. But I appreciate y'all, man. The ones that stuck through for 4 fucking hours, man. Y'all are freaking 5 stars. I know some people wasn't here at first, but you know, it's all good. I really appreciate y'all's support. I apologize that I haven't been as consistent, but I'm gonna tell you the truth. I have never been more. I wasn't this excited. I'm more excited for 27 than I was for 25. Don't get me wrong. I was happy for 25 to come back, but the stuff that I seen on defense, y'all, I am hella excited for that. And I am going to be a defensive coordinator this year. Because 26, I just been offensive coordinator because defense is so meh. You know what I'm saying? But if they deliver on all the stuff that they talked about, bro, I'm going to be all in. I'm gonna be all in. And I'm gonna probably do a giveaway for this MVP membership to somebody. I'm gonna start advertising it, and we'll choose somebody within the next couple of weeks or so and give them that. I'll try to find a way to I don't know if I do the Gleam thing or whatever. I'll figure it out. But I do want to reward somebody with an MVP membership this year. Do come back and give us your feelings after playing it. I will. I promise. I promise. So guys, that's all I got for right now, man. Till next time, y'all. Thanks for watching. Peace out, man.